Okay, so about 42 minutes ago someone followed. I'm not quite fully ready to be live, but I'm late because I needed to do homework because my education is my primary responsibility. So, give me just a moment to get my little one out from underneath my sheets, finish making my bed, because I unfortunately wrote my paper laying down and made a mess, so give me a moment. Okay. I'm gonna have to clean those at some point, Koo. You should have pounced on me to wake me up if you needed to do that while I was asleep, okay? Ooh. Okay. Curl. Okay, good puppy. Alright. So today, apologies to Miss Natalie Wen. I will be listening to your video on cringe, followed immediately by Xander Hall's summary of what the heck's been going on, followed immediately by Vosh's interview with Xander, because unfortunately these are not inextricable from each other. They are all context how I came to understand what is going on. So, give me just a moment to get this pulled up. Again, apologies to Miss Natalie Wen. I have not watched your video on cringe in almost 6 months, so it's good to get a refresher, yeah? So, I've got cringe by ContraPoints pulled up. Today we're going to be going through our daily quests. We will also be... Oh, hang on. We will also be listening to that. We will also be dealing with some leveling and ascension stuffs. I'm actually going to try to get to a high enough world level that I can finalize the Traveler's Ascension. Probably won't happen today because of how much work has to go into that. But what I can tell you is I'm running out of things to do other than just explore and level up. So, like, people keep telling me, oh, you're never going to have enough resources. I've been conserving resources and condensing my artifacts. I've been leveling up only certain characters. Like, okay, let me show you here before we go into the daily quests. As you can see, I have brought all but one of my characters up to level 20. I stopped doing Noelle at level 40 because I realized I wanted a different Geo character, and I was hoping for the Geo Archon, and I didn't get him. Zhongling I stopped because I got Diluc. I'm only doing one character of each element, except for the Traveler, who is one character of every element, or will be by the time the game is finished. Yes? So, Electro, Fire, Hydro may replace if I get a better Hydro character. Cryo, Geo, Animo unless I get Jean, or a better Animo character. If I get any healer, I will make an exception to this rule. But that's it. I will be focusing solely on the Traveler, Razor, Diluc, Barbara, Kaya, Ningguang, and Sucrose unless I get a different healer that is not a water character, at which point I will hopefully get another water character to focus on. So, with that all being said, let's get started with today's essay to listen to, Cringe by ContraPoints.
Hello again, the gays.
Hello, Miss
Welcome
Natalie.
to my garden party fantasy. Straight people, you're of course welcome to tag along too, provided you're emotionally damaged. Hi, hey, how are you? Cringe. Let's talk about it. The word cringe has taken over my vocabulary lately. It just pops into my head all the time. Like when I randomly remember that month back in 2013 when all of my Facebook posts were just lyrics to Kesha songs rewritten in iambic pentameter.
Oh god,
Why?
that is
What
cringe. Yikes.
audience was that for? Who is this inconceivable person I used to be? Cringe. Mega cringe. I think I say this word like 50 times a day. Cringe, cringe, cringe. And I'm not the only one. Google Trends shows that in the US, search interest in the word cringe has dramatically increased over the last decade, peaking in 2016 and remaining pretty constant ever since. And if you look at worldwide trends, search interest in cringe is at an all-time high the month I'm making this video. So what is cringe? Well, let's start with some examples. There is a recent thread on Ask Reddit titled, "What things really make you cringe?" And here's some of the most upvoted responses. The time I was talking too loud at a wedding when I wasn't supposed to, and everyone at the wedding turned around to see what asshole wouldn't shut up. Recordings of my own voice. When I remember that I did the "I do have a boyfriend, he just goes to another school" thing. Early teen me. So many cringe stuff I did. I hope all my old friends have forgotten about me. This happened about 2 years ago. I ordered some Pizza Hut online, and when it was delivered, the lady handed me the pizza boxes. I said thanks, and she told me my shirt was inside out. I said, oh, and then she hands me the receipt to sign and leave a tip, and I spend 30 seconds trying to get the pen to work. She looks at the pen and says, "You have to click the pen." I said, oh. And then she reaches to get the receipt and tells me the pizza smells good. Then I said, "You too," and then I closed the door and killed myself. All of these responses illustrate exactly what writer Melissa Dahl says in her book, Cringeworthy, A Theory of Awkwardness. According to Dahl, the moments that make us cringe are when we're yanked out of our own perspective and we can suddenly see ourselves from somebody else's point of view. She quotes the anthropologist Edmund Carpenter, who in the 60s did a study of the Biami tribe in New Guinea, where he showed them mirror, video, and photographic images of themselves for the first time and described the results. They were paralyzed. After their first startled response, covering their mouths and ducking their heads, they stood transfixed, staring at their images, only their stomach muscles betraying great tension. So basically, they cringed at themselves. Maybe self-awareness always begins with cringing. Like pretty much everyone seems to hate the sound of their voice when they hear a recording for the first time. I guess because it sounds different from the way you hear it resonating in your head. So when you hear the recording, you realize, oh god, that's how other people hear me all the time. And you're suddenly aware of this clash between the way you appear to yourself and the way you appear to other people. That's when you cringe. The feeling Dahl describes as the intense visceral reaction produced by an awkward moment, an unpleasant kind of self-recognition where you suddenly see yourself through someone else's eyes. It's a forced moment of self-awareness, and it usually makes you cognizant of the disappointing fact that you aren't measuring up to your own self-concept. When you're talking too loud at a wedding and suddenly everyone turns around to see what asshole wouldn't shut up, you suddenly realize how you look to them, because we've all at some point turned around to see what asshole wouldn't shut up. But this time, you're the asshole. Cringe. Often it's the violation of an implicit social norm that makes us cringe. There's no law of state or even of etiquette that tells you exactly how loud you're supposed to speak at a wedding. It's something you have to intuit based on context. How loud are other people speaking? Is the ceremony about to begin and we're all supposed to be quiet now? According to YouTuber Vsauce Michael here, the function of awkwardness is that
it sands social dynamics by smoothing out what even etiquette doesn't rule on.
Cringe is the electric shock, the emotional punishment for being awkward. It enforces the limits of socially acceptable behavior by wounding the ego. And memories of your cringy moments are often just as painful as the moments themselves. 10 years later, you'll be trying to fall asleep, and for no reason at all, your brain will decide to remind you of that time you were talking too loud at the wedding, and of the stupid thing you were saying when everyone turned around to stare at you. And you'll cringe all over again. That's why remembering your teenage years is so painful. Because you look back and you realize, damn, I was the asshole for like 7 consecutive years.
Yeah.
Can I just hire a hitman to kill everyone who remembers me before, I don't know, November? Now, all the examples we've considered so far involve self-cringe, but usually when we talk about cringe on the internet, we're talking about cringing at other people. Popular subreddits like r/cringe, cringepics, and cringetopia host videos and images of people behaving in cringy ways.
Okay, there
For
we go.
instance, a maternity photo that looks like a hostage crisis, grim moments of lamentation and cuckoldry, and Mitt
Change.
Romney attempting to
See if that
communicate
fixed it.
during his first encounter
so
with black people.
Some of my mods on my
Ugh. Watching that makes me feel like my soul is on fire. It makes me want to crawl out of my body and escape into another dimension. I think some people feel cringe more intensely than others. For
Yes,
me,
type,
it's
type,
uncomfortable
type,
to the
type.
point where
Yes.
I will
One of my
reflexively
mods
pause a
for
video like that
Streamlabs
because I just
Go Live
can't
bot
stand
reached
it.
out
In
on
other
me
words,
and
it's like
really
watching
messed
my
up my
own
Twitter
YouTube
profile,
videos, which,
so I fixed it.
Sweaty, if you put that shit on,
As I
I will
said, it
leave the room.
really, really
So
bugged
why
me, so I
is
had to
it
fix
that
it.
cringing at other people hurts in the same way as cringing at yourself? Well, one theory is that cringing at other people is simply vicarious embarrassment, or secondhand embarrassment. Basically, it's a form of empathy. When you cringe at someone, you're feeling the embarrassment that they're feeling, just as if you watch someone fall down the stairs, you might wince empathetically with their pain. But there's a problem with the vicarious embarrassment theory of cringe, or at least a complication, which is that in the purest examples of cringe, the person doing the cringy thing
Give me a second.
isn't feeling embarrassed. In
I have a modification on my Streamlabs called Go Live Bot, and it has a tendency to go completely and utterly crazy and mess up my Twitter profile. So I had to fix it. I'm sorry if I'm a bit quiet. I'm a bit out of it today.
fact, often they're super confident, and it's actually their
Homework
lack of
assignment really hit me
self-awareness
wrong.
about their embarrassing behavior that makes you cringe. Like when a woman posts a ridiculously over-face-tuned picture of herself as if anyone's gonna believe she looks like that, or when a man thinks he looks like a badass tough guy when he actually looks like an embarrassing dingus. So in the internet sense of the word, cringe is not just vicarious embarrassment. Someone tripping and falling on stage is embarrassing, and I do feel embarrassed for her, but she knows it's embarrassing and she feels embarrassed.
You guys are just standing up because you feel bad that I fell, and that's really embarrassing, but thank you.
Nothing about this is cringe. Maybe to her, it's self-cringe. Maybe she looks back on it and it's still embarrassing. But I don't
Killed
cringe
by environmental
at
hazard.
her. Maybe there's a difference between cringing
traveler.
at someone and cringing with them. When someone falls on stage, I cringe with her in the sense that I feel vicarious embarrassment. My feelings mirror what she's feeling. But when I'm cringing at someone, I'm feeling something very different to what
Yes,
they're
my
feeling.
stream chat
I'm
VC
cringing
is disabled
at
at
Captain
the moment.
Badass over here because he doesn't have the decency to cringe at himself. Another example is bad American Idol auditions, which are quintessential cringe content.
Yep.
People try out for American Idol because they think they're good enough singers to compete in a national competition. So they're effectively revealing their own delusions when they show up and sing like this. Is this the real life? Or is this just fantasy? It's not just that he's terrible that makes it cringe. Most of us are bad singers, right? When people sing happy birthday at a party, usually they're singing in 3 different keys at no particular tempo. But that's not cringe, because the point of singing happy birthday
Yeah,
is not to sound
I'm not
amazing.
stream-
Bad American Idol auditions
the
are
stream
cringe
chat
because
voice channel,
of the
I'm not-
contestants' misplaced
I'm not
confidence.
turning it on
Who
because
are you as good as, in your opinion?
I'm wanting to.
The lead singer from Queen.
I
It's
am
the
wanting
hubris of thinking you sound like Freddie
focus
Mercury
on,
when in fact you sound like a wounded street dog.
listening to this because I'm having to I was sent reeling by
I
something
admit
I
that
saw in my
watching Red,
timeline
I'm
today,
actually not in very
and
much pain when I'm cringing at
and
him. I laugh at his
wasn't
ludicrous
sure what was going on,
performance, just like the judges
and I got a
did.
refresher,
because
and
he's
that's
so
why we're
cocky,
listening to this,
and
because
because he doesn't show signs of embarrassment
started with
himself, there's a part
how
of me that
I was
actually
introduced
kind
to
of
this was this
enjoys
video
his
about
failure.
6
There's
months
almost
ago,
a
which
sense
was
of
a
karma,
video from a year
a
ago.
sense that because of his
So
tragic
I'm
hubris,
listening to this
he
video again to
deserves
try to make
the
sure I'm not
humiliation
missing
he's
anything.
bringing upon himself, and my sense that he deserves it suppresses my compassionate response and helps remove any guilt I might otherwise have about taking pleasure in someone's humiliation. Contrast this with another Idol cringe contestant, Misha, who's there with her mom, and they both seem like such sweethearts.
I do believe in her talent, very
beautiful.
much.
And yeah, she's delusional about her singing talent, but I'm rooting for her, and when she embarrasses herself, I feel no joy, only deep and agonizing cringe.
Don't you wish your girlfriend was hot like me?
Oh god.
Yikes. My differing reactions to Red and Misha track a distinction that Doll makes between compassionate cringe and contemptuous cringe. Compassionate cringe involves an emotional identification with the person you're cringing at. Even if they aren't embarrassed themselves in the cringeworthy moment, you still feel the embarrassment they would feel, or perhaps ought to feel, if they were aware of how other people were perceiving them. Contemptuous cringe, on the other hand, involves an emotional distancing from the person you're cringing at. Just like with compassionate cringe, you perceive that the person is embarrassing themselves, but instead of feeling embarrassment on their behalf, you feel annoyance and disgust at them, and maybe even a little schadenfreude. So these are actually two very different emotional responses, vicarious embarrassment versus contempt. We call both feelings cringe, not because they're similar feelings, but because they're responses to the same type of situation. People lacking self-awareness, embarrassing themselves without realizing it. Now, embarrassment and contempt seem, at face value, like pretty unpleasant feelings. So why are we so fascinated by content that makes us feel this way? Why do these cringe subreddits have more than 1 million members? Why are cringe compilations and cringe reaction videos so popular on YouTube? Why does so much comedy feature cringy situations? Well, I think the answer to that question depends on whether we're cringing compassionately or contemptuously. When I read that Ask Reddit thread where all the people share their cringe stories, I cringe compassionately. That is, I feel vicarious embarrassment for them. And with that compassion comes a sense of solidarity and camaraderie with them. I recognize myself in them, and I'm reassured to hear that other people are just as awkward and embarrassing as I am. I'm not the only one who cringes at my past or at videos of myself. I'm not the only one who sometimes says, "You too," when the person says the pizza smells good. When we collectively laugh at these situations, we're bonding over our shared human frailty. We're recognizing that we all say the wrong thing sometimes, that we've all arrogantly argued for an opinion only to later educate ourselves and realize how ignorant and wrong we were. That we've all tried to present ourselves as cool and likable, as beautiful and talented and badass, only to totally miss the mark and completely embarrass ourselves. And laughing at our shared absurdity, our insecurity, our ridiculous pretenses. It makes us feel less alone. Now, this is all, of course, assuming that we're cringing compassionately. But I would argue that most cringe content on the internet does not encourage compassion. And that's kind of an uncomfortable fact, because we like to think of ourselves as morally evolved. This is the 21st century, right? Pillories and freak shows and public floggings. These are barbaric practices from the Dark Ages, right? Surely no one on the internet would ever entertain themselves by humiliating people, right? We've got maniacs, we've got wackadoos, we've got schizos, fatties, and spurgs. Come see sexual deviants on display. That's right, folks, we've got cackling perverts of every denomination. Come see the panty sniffer. He'll stop at nothing to indulge his twisted cravings. Come see the skeleton girl. She hasn't had a bite in 30 days. That's right, we've got real, live lesbians. And I'll be your master of ceremonies. Half man, half woman, all freak. Okay, we've heard enough heartwarming gibberish. Welcome to the dark side of cringe. Here on YouTube.com, we have a cringe culture. And by that I mean there's whole channels making content that centers the experience of cringing. And there's a huge audience that seeks out cringe content, including content the creator didn't intend to be cringe. I first started paying attention to this back in 2016, which was the heyday of the Feminist Cringe compilation, or SJW Cringe compilation. Remember those? This is ancient history by YouTube standards, but in 2016, the word cringe was most associated with a YouTuber called Leafy is Here. His videos followed the format of a cringe reaction video, which means he would play someone else's content, then pause it to rant in voiceover about how cringe it is.
No makeup with some sweatpants.
Oh my god. It's so fucking bad. He looks like he's gender fluid. He looks like a fucking lesbian.
This format of cringe reaction videos was very influential. and it was picked up by a rational herd of skeptical beasts and free-thinking tuxedos.
What even is this thing? It must be one of the 76 genders. I didn't realize retarded was a gender.
Sorry, my dudes, you were on the cringe side of history. Obviously, there was a political angle to SJW cringe videos. The logical antelope isn't inviting you to foster a shared sense of humanity by recognizing your own weakness in the embarrassment of screeching feminists. No, this is an invitation to contempt. Here's a YouTube video titled Fat Acceptance Cringe Compilation. You'd expect from the title that it would be a video of fat acceptance activists behaving in cringy ways, but it isn't. It's literally just a compilation of fat people doing things. This is just a clip of a fat woman swimming. Is this cringe?
No.
What is cringe about it? Earlier we
Nothing's
defined
cringe
cringe as either vicarious embarrassment or contempt for someone who lacks awareness about the way others are perceiving them. But in this video of a swimming fat woman, there's no context, so we don't know anything about her mental state. And we certainly don't know whether she's self-aware about how she's being perceived. If there is an interview where she talks about how she looks like a supermodel, or if she tried to Photoshop herself to look like a size 4, okay, maybe that would be cringe. But that's not what's going on in this clip. She's just existing in water. What cringe are we being invited to feel over this? Presumably, something along the lines of, ew, fat people, gross. It's literally just disgust, right? Disgust and contempt for a type of person, a type of body. Here's another cringe compilation, this one titled Gender Fluid Non-Binary Cringe, and we're watching a young teenager discuss their plans to start vlogging about their gender fluid identity.
Honestly, it's kind of terrifying because, you know, like, gender fluid people just aren't accepted.
Yeah, apparently not. And judging from the fact that I'm currently watching this in a cringe compilation, it seems that the person in this video was dead on about how people would perceive them. But despite that self-awareness, we're being invited to cringe. Because I guess being gender fluid, like being fat, is cringe in and of itself. Now the pedant in me wants to oppose this use of cringe. This is not real cringe, I want to say. Cringe has to involve a clash between self-perception and perception by others. But this usage of cringe as a mere synonym for contempt is so widespread that there's really no point in objecting to it. If you look at the banner image of Cringetopia, one of the sleazier cringe subreddits, you can pick out an otaku with a waifu body pillow, a furry, a couple bronies, a fedora tipper. These are subcultures associated with nerdy social outcasts. They're types of people who are widely ridiculed online. I'd like to share with you a list that I put together of groups that are often considered to be cringe. Bronies, furries, otaku, weebs, incels, neckbeards, fedora tippers, gamers, TikTok teens, not like other girls, fanfic writers, speed poets, SJWs, feminists, MAGAs, trans people, non-binary people, trans trenders, queer AFAB ukulele players, autistic people, fat people, the mentally ill, and the mentally disabled. Now I'm searching for some thread that all these groups have in common, and a handful of themes do jump out. Deviancy, whether physical, mental, social, or sexual, a combination of passionate sincerity and amateurism. The perceived tendency to lack emotional composure, obsessive interests in unconventional hobbies, low social status. It's pretty easy to wind up in the cringe category these days. If you add up all the groups on this list, I bet it includes most of the people watching this video. It includes me 3 or 4 times. I'm of course a fedora-tipping, queer, AFAB, ukulele-playing TikTok teen. Can't we just accept that we're all a bit cringe and try to be, like, compassionate or whatever? Fuck no. The internet will not abide any of that kumbaya bullshit. Oh no, this is social reject battle royale. Clearly, contemptuous cringing is rewarding to people in some way, and I want to explore what the rewards might be. Let's start by looking at the role of cringe in internet politics, where manufacturing contempt is a powerful strategy. At the height of YouTube anti-feminism, 2016 or so, you couldn't escape clips of this woman known as Big Red, a Toronto resident who showed up at a men's rights event and read off a list of feminist theses while swearing profusely.
It's part of patriarchy. Part of patriarchy. I don't know if you're noticing a theme. Patriarchy. I'm reading fuckface. Mr. Entitled. Mr. Ego. Patriarchy, fuckface.
She's one of these people who generates memeable phrases at an amazing rate. I actually think she's hilarious and iconic, but I have unconventional tastes, Anastasia. Anyway, this video appeared in countless cringe compilations, reaction videos, remixes, and even anti-feminist video essays. Often Big Red was framed as like the feminist, the mascot of feminism, a sort of metonymic stand-in for all feminists, which is highly dishonest considering she's not even a high-profile activist or thinker. She was literally some random woman on the streets of Toronto. But because of this amusing 12-minute video, it was insisted upon that we all take a stand on this random woman, who, we were told, exemplified feminism in its purest form. I call this strategy mascotization, the construction of a straw man nemesis. What you do is you select a cringeworthy person and you appoint them the mascot of an opposing political team. It's very simple, but very effective, and it's best paired with memification. That's when you take a single moment in a person's life, you freeze it, and you declare that that moment fully represents a person. Then, through mascotization, you declare that this memified person represents an entire group or movement. Other right-wing memes from this era include this protester,
"You're fucking a white male!"
memified as AIDS Skrillex, and this protester, who was memified as Trigglypuff. The two of them symbolized the wretchedness of beta new male cuckoldry and the hysteria of social justice crybullies, respectively. I guess the ultimate memified mascot was Anita Sarkeesian, about whom hundreds of hours of salty gamer ramblings have been uploaded. Sometimes Anita was caricatured as cringe, as like this fake gamer girl, this pleb tier casual, throwing a pathetic tantrum at real gamers. But other times it was almost a super villainous caricature, this sort of dark, devouring mother archetype, threatening to confiscate your video games and engulf you in her yonic abyss. Now it's obvious why caricaturing your political enemies as super villainous is effective, though it comes at the risk of backfiring by making your opponent seem a little bit too powerful, a little too badass. But the subtler strategy of symbolizing your political enemies not with an evil, but with a cringeworthy mascot works because it connects with a wide audience in an intense emotional way. Most people have a primal terror of becoming the target of public ridicule, and if someone has been made a laughingstock, it's much safer to take the side of the people doing the laughing than it is to risk being laughed at yourself. To be cringe is not to be in on the joke, and because people crave acceptance and dread rejection, I think one reason we're so fascinated by cringe content is that our brains want us to learn how to avoid being laughed at. When we see a mob of people, whether in person or online, laughing at someone and ridiculing them, we register an emotional memory of it as a warning. Don't act like that, or people will laugh at you. This is a powerful tool for anyone who wants to control human behavior. It's why public humiliation has in many societies been a punishment for criminals. You see a person in the stocks, in the pillory, at the whipping post. You see the mob jeering and throwing rotten vegetables. And it sends a powerful message. Don't do whatever that guy did. I don't think the internet has yet reached self-consciousness about the fact that the fear of public humiliation rules us like it's the 17th century. There's no judge sentencing people to a day in the stocks, but instead, there's teenage YouTubers making cringe reaction videos. There's ex-boyfriends revenge posting their girlfriends' nudes. There's vigilante Twitter mobs harassing and shaming just about anyone for alleged breaches of wokeness. Public humiliation is a powerful force, and it's usually, it's not a good force, but there are some rare exceptions. Back in the Gamergate era, Gamergate itself of course being a study in public humiliation, slut-shaming on a massive online scale, YouTube commentary was increasingly dominated by anti-feminism. As far as leftist content, there was the Young Turks, and there was a network of besieged feminist vloggers who were constantly mobbed and harassed. What I see as one of the turning points in shifting the atmosphere from the pro-Gamergate days to the left-tube world of today was a handful of videos uploaded by then-obscure YouTuber Harry Brewis, in which he mocked a misogynist pseudo-intellectual called Davis Aurini.
Come on, Davis, we have to— No, stop lecturing me about ethics, we have to get out of here, and can you please stop trying to start a forest fire?
In his YouTube videos, Davis would pontificate about the wickedness of women while posing in front of a toy skull and taking microscopic sips from a glass of whiskey.
Men of the West, women in our culture have become the most decadent sluts since the fall of Rome.
And so in discussing sluts versus
David
whores,
Serrini. Jesus.
I would start with the premise
That dude's still
that
around, by the
all
way.
women
Still making
are
content
whores.
like this. What she's talking about. Good gods. Yikes.
Harry's videos ridiculing Davis attracted a lot of views and a fairly positive response, even from a mostly male gamer audience, who were overwhelmingly anti-feminist at the time. Why did these videos work with this audience, where so many others didn't? Well, I think it's because Harry didn't moralistically call out Davis for being problematic or misogynistic. Instead, he simply drew attention to the fact that Davis is a cringeworthy buffoon. And Davis was a perfect target because he truly is cringe in the traditional sense. He had no self-awareness about the fact that pretty much everyone saw through his absurd posturing as a badass tough guy by day, profoundly dark philosopher by night.
We exist in a world with feminized legislation.
I've spoken to men and boys who've told me that Harry's videos inspired the beginning of a feminist
seriously,
awakening
though.
in them.
Like,
Not
no,
just
no.
because they cringed at Davis Arini, but also
Our
because
laws-
they recognized a little bit of
exact
Davis
opposite
in
of that.
themselves, and they
Davis
cringed
is
at
a-
that too.
was
Recognizing
just
part of
lying.
yourself in a cringeworthy person induces self-cringe, which can motivate you to change your behavior, your beliefs, or even your own self-concept. And it helps that Davis is a perfect instance of a recognizable stock character on the internet, namely the fedora tipper. Basically a man who poses as a gallant crusader for traditional masculinity, but who's basically just a pasty nerd who can't relate to women. Davis was such an extreme version of this, and he delivered unintentionally hilarious moments so frequently that I would classify him as what the internet calls a lolcow. Lolcow is old 4chan lingo. It means a person whose unintentionally eccentric or foolish behavior can be milked for lols. Milking in this context can mean simply watching a lolcow's behavior and laughing at them, or it can mean making reaction videos where you make fun of them, or it can mean actively trolling and provoking them to get a response that you find entertaining. I'd describe Harry's videos about Davis, or my old videos about the Golden One, as lolcow milking content with a political angle. It was essentially an argument from ridicule, an argument from cringe, with the aim of convincing people, don't embarrass yourself like these ding-dongs. But also, and I'll just speak for myself here, I am, at the end of the day, an entertainer, and I wanted people to laugh. There doesn't need to be a political agenda behind milking lolcows. In fact, usually, there isn't. The purest example of a lolcow I can think of is actually someone from way before the internet, namely Florence Foster Jenkins. Jenkins, or
Oh,
Lady
yeah.
Florence, as she liked to be called, was an American soprano who attracted a cult following in New York City during the 1920s, 30s, and 40s due to her being such a terrible singer that people went to her concerts essentially for the lulz. She was described as the world's worst opera singer. No one, before or since, has succeeded in liberating themselves quite so completely from the shackles of musical notation. Behold this fucking camp queen. Oh, we have no choice but to stand. Here's a short clip of one of the few recordings she made.
Oh right, yeah, no. She had to
She was
remove
essentially
the
Tommy
clip because
Wiseau, the
YouTube.
William Hung of her age. Apparently she was oblivious to her own incompetence until 1944,
Yeah.
when she was 76 years old and she booked Carnegie Hall for a concert to which newspaper critics showed up. The next morning, the New York Sun reported, much of her singing was hopelessly lacking in a semblance of pitch, but the further a note was from its proper elevation, the more the audience laughed and applauded. And 5 days later, she had a heart attack and died. I find something very touching about this story. I mean, I'd probably be laughing as much as anyone if I were at Carnegie Hall that night, but I feel so much compassionate cringe for Lady Florence. It kind of makes you
Yeah.
appreciate the kind cruelty of Simon Cowell. At least he tries to stop these people before things get out of hand. I think it's normal to have mixed feelings about a lolcow. Like, yes, this is hilarious, but on the other hand, doth not a lolcow bleed? On some level, we know it's wrong to entertain ourselves this way, but on the other hand, other people's pain is incredibly entertaining. There's a good book about this called The Joy of Pain, Schadenfreude and the Dark Side of Human Nature by Richard Smith. Schadenfreude is of course the pleasure we take in other people's misery, and Smith argues that we experience it because psychologically we gain something when other people lose. We're constantly evaluating our own worth by comparing ourselves to other people. So we get a reassuring self-esteem boost, a pleasant feeling of superiority from comparing ourselves to people beneath us, especially if we're kind of insecure to begin with. Maybe I'm not perfect, but at least I'm not this lolcow. And we also get a boost when people who are socially above us, whom we envy, get brought down a peg. James Charles's cancelled party, LOLOL. I think Schadenfreude basically accounts for just a huge percentage of the things that happen on YouTube.com. Smith uses the word humilitainment for this type of media, like reality TV shows designed to produce spectacular moments of embarrassment. YouTube is basically a big reality TV show, or some kind of carnival sideshow. I mean, take a look around you. We have Eugenia Cooney, a YouTuber who, at the time I'm making this video, remains apparently in total denial about her eating disorder and continues to make videos modeling skimpy clothes for millions of gawkers. We have Wings of Redemption, a bad-tempered gamer who, for a long time, was essentially confined by poverty, obesity, and depression to streaming video games all day to an audience of trolls that enjoyed tormenting him. We have Onision, a habitual alleged abuser of women and teenage girls, who earlier this year essentially performed his own mental breakdown on YouTube after Patreon banned him for doxing an accuser.
I love kombucha!
Whose idea was it to give hundreds of pathological narcissists access to video equipment? What kind of sick social experiment are we living in? And the viewers are no better than the performers. Every one of you bloodthirsty voyeurs makes me sick. Oh, you people love nothing more than to watch one of us poor, helpless egomaniacs completely lose our minds live on camera.
Is this what you want, huh? Is this what you want a total meltdown?
You know, as a creator, you have to be aware that you're a circus performer, and the crowd may in fact be more entertained if you fall from the trapeze and get eaten by the tigers.
I'm
Online
just
media
lucky
today
that I
is
haven't
full
had
of
the
Lady
trolls like that
Florences,
one guy.
anti-celebrities with anti-fans. Now, to be clear, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with indulging now and then in a little bit of light contempt. Cringing at Davis Arini or bad American Idol auditions seems pretty harmless, but it can be taken too far. And there's no better case study of taking it too far than the cult following of one Christine Weston Chandler. If you don't know what's coming, you might want to strap in, Gorge, because this is coconuts. It's bananas. It's a full fruit salad. God, how do I even begin to explain this? Well, Christine Weston Chandler, more commonly known on the internet as Chris Chan, is the victim of what is quite possibly the longest running and most obsessive internet trolling saga of all time. She's the lolcow of lolcows.
Hello everybody, this is Christine Chandler coming to you live from home once again.
Chandler is an autistic trans woman, and yes, I will be calling her by she, her pronouns, which I pause to explain because I don't think I've ever seen anyone actually take her transition seriously. Most people seem to regard it as simply another absurd symptom of her hilarious mental condition. In fact, a bunch of trans people will probably get real salty with me for making trans people look bad by including Chris Chan in our very prestigious and exclusive club. Oh please. Transsexualism is a deviant sexual identity, sweaty. This is not the Princeton Alumni Yacht Society. God, how did trannies get so snobbish? Look, is Chris Chan really trans? I don't know, and I don't care. If Chris Chan wants to be a woman, I for one support her journey. But it doesn't matter. The relevant thing about Chris Chan is not Chris Chan. It's the fact that for the last 13 years, nearly every aspect of her life has been obsessively archived online by thousands of voyeurs known as Christorians. Chandler first acquired this anti-fandom several internet centuries ago, back in 2007, when 4chan took notice of her comic book series Sonichu, a childishly drawn hybrid of Sonic and Pikachu. The comic is set in Quickfill, CWC being Chris Chan's initials. The protagonist is a self-insert who references Chandler's real-life, quote, love quest to find a quote, boyfriend-free girl, which apparently involved posting bizarre attraction signs around her community college. For this story to make sense, you have to keep in mind that Chandler identified and presented as male until 2015. So these trolls saw her as like the ultimate autistic incel man-child. Just to give you a feel for this person, here's Christine in 2018 holding up the iconic pre-transition portrait with the Sonichu medallions. Here's the bedroom she lived in, and here she is in recent years giving us a full BronyCon eleganza. Pegasister snapped. Basically, she's the entire Cringetopia subreddit condensed into a single person. So 4chan zeroed right in on this shit, cause of course they did. And they began tormenting her by creating pornographic parodies of Sonichu, posting candid photos of her, etc. Chandler reacted to the trolls, which of course encouraged them more, and the harassment escalated and escalated. They hacked her accounts or tricked her into giving out passwords. They posted all her emails online. They showed up in person and photographed her house. They called her parents, posing as friends, psychiatrists, journalists, employers, in order to extract as much information about her as possible. And of course, they contacted Chandler herself, which was very rewarding for trolls because she has no filter and was very naive and trusting. So she was very willing to divulge, or easily manipulated into divulging, mortifying information about herself. Sexual, psychological, scatological, there's not really any limits or boundaries to this. For all the information they gathered, the trolls created a wiki called the Quickie, devoted to the obsessive compiling of all Chris Chan data. It includes a detailed diagram of her bedroom, entire articles about all members of her immediate and extended family, pages of psychiatric records she was tricked into sending them, and that's only the beginning. In their more grandiose moods, the Christorians have speculated that Chris Chan is the most documented life in all human history, comparing their social experitainment to The Truman Show. It's a level of obsession that surpasses the wildest excesses of stan culture. It's a gaze into the abyss that does not blink. Some trolls have also sent taunting letters and packages, or on one occasion, sex workers, to the Chandler household. 2 female trolls actually went on real-life dates with Chris Chan, of course, secretly wearing wires to record their conversations. Others pretended to be her internet girlfriends so they could solicit and post nudes and masturbation videos. These things must be archived, don't you understand?
Yeah. The whole... You have no coins. Hold up.
Maybe you are not used to...
I'm gonna trust rank. Hang on. Looks like I got 240 coins sitting in the cup, and partial treasure, whatever the thing is for the companions. But I'm not touching it right now.
If you ever have any questions...
Yeah, like, I need to expand before I can add more, and I got a new doggo and a new kitten I want to add to the map, and it's like, But yeah, the reason I paused it is, oof. I need to...
Maybe you are not used to the place at the moment, but once you've materialized enough rooms and furniture through subspace creation, it will feel just like home.
I remembered that I had some issues with what happened when I initially heard it. Now, putting it in context of what we're going to be hearing later, because I had to stop Xander Hall's video because I wanted to make sure I was hearing all this right. Because, like, okay, I knew about this part of the story, and then I saw something on my boyfriend's timeline and was like, wait, what? What's going on? So I started listening to Xander Hall talk about it and was like, okay, no, back up. I need to get context first, which is why we're listening to this one before I go back and... You're doing the hold up thing? Hang on. Anyway, Except...
If you ever have any questions about the realm within, you may ask me.
Okay, what I was talking about was with the, what we're listening to, yeah? With this essay, I'd seen it, like, 6 months ago, and then Nebula had something on his timeline saying that some stuff that I frankly hadn't heard, and it was that, well, technically, at this point, Christian was bringing some of it on herself. And, like, I wasn't sure what was going on. And I saw that Xanderhall talked about it. And then I...
Yes, we can rest a bit.
And then I clicked on Xanderhall's stuff, and, oh boy. Like... Who is Christian? Who is It's Christina. Hang on. I'm backing up to the start of back to the start of the essay. Hang on. Christine Weston Chandler.
Christine Weston Chandler. If you don't know what's coming, you might want to strap in, Gorge, because this is coconuts. It's bananas. It's a full fruit salad. God, how do I even begin to explain this? Well, Christine Weston Chandler, more commonly known on the internet as Chris Chan, is the victim of what is quite possibly the longest running and most obsessive internet trolling saga of all time. She's the lolcow of lolcows.
Hello, everybody. This is Christine Chandler coming to you live from home once again.
Chandler is an autistic trans woman, and yes, I will be calling her by she, her pronouns, which I pause to explain because I don't think I've ever seen anyone actually take her transition seriously. Most people seem to regard it as simply another absurd symptom of her hilarious mental condition. In fact, a bunch of trans people will probably get real salty with me for making trans people look bad by including Chris Chan in our very prestigious and exclusive club. Oh, please. Transsexualism is a deviant sexual identity, sweaty. This is not the Princeton Alumni Yacht Society. God, how did trannies get so snobbish? Look, is Chris Chan really trans? I don't know, and I don't care.
Okay, so... I think I might have, because I've raised and lowered my dialogue volume before. But I haven't, I'll go ahead and check. Hang on. Yep, no achievement change.
Yes, we can rest a bit.
Yeah, I think I might have already gotten it. Settings.
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references.
It's Paimon coming in. Paimon coming in. What? Hang on. Wait, what? Okay. Okay, that is hilarious. Yes. Okay, that is a new achievement. Okay. Go figure. Okay. That's 5 free Prima gems. I'm not complaining. I'm actually almost done with the things that I was wanting to get out of the way, I'm going to be harvesting amethyst crystals and doing one more refinement rank on that sword that I was working on. So I'm going to do that real quick. Thank you for visiting my home. At this point, I'm going to go ahead and warp back to the real world. Oh, you were going to say something? Oh, go ahead. Forgot what it was. Okay. Well, feel free to mention it in the chat box as soon as you think of it. But yes, back to...
If Christian wants to be a woman, I, for one, support her journey. But it doesn't matter. The relevant thing about Christian is not Christian. It's the fact that for the last 13 years, nearly every aspect of her life has been obsessively archived online by thousands of voyeurs known as Christorians. Chandler first acquired this anti-fandom several internet centuries ago, back in 2007, when 4chan took notice of her comic book series Sonichu, a childishly drawn hybrid of Sonic and Pikachu. The comic is set in Quickfill, CWC being Christian's initials. The protagonist is a self-insert who references Chandler's real-life, quote, love quest to find a, quote, boyfriend-free girl, which apparently involved posting bizarre attraction signs.
I mean... yeah, sure. Go ahead and jump in. I was about to turn on the interactive map. So, oh, you're in one... Oh, go with you in one of the domains? Oh. What do you mean if I wanted to get what achievement? Hang on. Which one? World of Wonder. Do you mean the A Realm Beyond series, or... Oh, Wonders of the World, okay. Hang on. I've got the level 8 reputation thing. That's okay. Complete 20 requests, complete 20 bounties, those are a weekly thing. Okay. It's an unlockable achievement. Okay. I will believe you. Yes, I would be willing to. I'm gonna go ahead and jump back into my world real quick. Still got a little while before my, resin restores. Where I just don't kill the bounty after I find it is an achievement? Okay. Right, what I was going to say, I keep forgetting to do this. Right before I started streaming, this person followed me on Twitch, so thank you. But I think it's spam, because it's remove host rate limit. Oh, quest failed. I think I've actually already gotten that one. But I don't know exactly. What I was going to say was I'm going to be pulling up the interactive map because I really want my first weapon with a high refinement rate to be the new sword, because the higher the refinement rate, the better it is for, again, Geo Traveler and Kaya. But I'll go where you go. Which domain? I'm actively looking for the second player thing. Okay.
Around her community college. For this story to make sense, you have to keep in mind that Chandler identified and presented as male until 2015. So these trolls saw her as like the ultimate autistic incel man-child. Just to give you a feel.
So which one of these do I need to go in? The Vine-infested ruins, Ring of Violet, Thundering Valley. Which one? Okay, do level 1, then once and murder everything except for the Electro Hammer Miniature. I think this is level 1, but it's Sunday, so there are several available. So I don't know if I picked the right one or not. Well, that's weird. So just not kill this? Did I get what? Oh. Crap, I don't understand. I do not understand what's going on. What? No achievements have popped up on my screen. I'm paying attention like a hawk. I'm sorry, I think I'm completely misunderstanding the question. Nope. Must have been one I already got, just a different one. Just a different category. Thanks. Sorry, I kept trying, but it just... I have no idea. Moving on. Trying to think. What else needs done? Since everything is open today. I think based on everything, I should probably give Ningguan some artifacts. Two two-piece sets ought not hurt. Artifacts are set. Let's go ahead and take a look. Looks like I've got one outstanding world quest.
For this person, here's Christine in 2018 holding up the iconic pre-transition portrait. Note the sonotube medallions. Here's the bedroom she lived in, And here she is in recent years, giving us a full BronyCon eleganza. Pegasister snapped. Basically, she's the entire Cringetopia subreddit condensed into a single person. So 4chan zeroed right in on this shit, because of course they did. And they began tormenting her by creating pornographic parodies of Sonichu, posting candid photos of her, etc. Chandler reacted to the trolls, which of course encouraged them more, and the harassment escalated and escalated. They hacked her accounts or tricked her into giving out passwords. They posted all her emails online. They showed up in person and photographed her house. They called her parents, posing as friends, psychiatrists, journalists, employers, in order to extract as much information about her as possible. And of course, they contacted Chandler herself, which was very rewarding for trolls because she has no filter and was very naive and trusting. So she was very willing to divulge, or easily manipulated into divulging, mortifying information about herself. Sexual, psychological,
I got struck by lightning.
scatological. There's not really any limits or
While back,
boundaries
so
to
that's
this.
probably
For all
it.
the information they gathered, the trolls created a wiki called the Quickie, devoted to the obsessive compiling of all Chris Chan data. It includes a detailed diagram of her bedroom, entire articles about all members of her immediate and extended family, pages of psychiatric records she was tricked into sending them, and that's only the beginning. In their more grandiose moods, the Christorians have speculated that Chris Chan is the most documented life in all human history, comparing their social experitainment to The Truman Show. It's a level of obsession that surpasses the wildest excesses of stan culture. It's a gaze into the abyss that does not blink. Some trolls have also sent taunting letters and packages, or on one occasion, sex workers, to the Chandler household. 2 female trolls actually went on real-life dates with Chris Chan, of course, secretly wearing wires to record their conversations. Others pretended to be her internet girlfriends so they could solicit and post nudes and masturbation videos. These things must be archived, don't you understand? Chris Chan must be documented. The absolute low point came when some trolls encouraged a 13-year-old boy to pose as a 19-year-old girl and have phone sex with Chris Chan and record it. In other words, they groomed a child to deceive an autistic person into performing sex acts for their entertainment. Now, to contemporary Christorians, this sort of sadistic interference in Christine's life is frowned upon. Not so much because it's immoral, so much as because it's considered a bit tacky, a bit attention-seeking. No, to the sophisticated Christorian, the real pleasure in all this is supposed to lie in quietly spectating, savoring the fine notes of cringe. Now, I take it I don't even need to comment on the morality of all this. The real question to me is why? Why do thousands of people have a morbid obsession with Christine Chandler? And yes, it is an obsession. Just to give you a sense of a single individual's personal investment in this, the YouTuber Geno Samuel, one of very few Christorians with the audacity to show his face, has been working for more than 2 years to produce an eventual 100-episode documentary series about the life of Chris Chan. Geno has completed 36 episodes so far, and each episode is around 40 minutes long, meaning he's already produced around 24 hours of video about the life of what is essentially a random stranger. I think this phenomenon deserves its own name. I'll call it morbid cringe, defined as an obsessive and addictive contemptuous fascination with a particular person or group. Why does morbid cringe happen? Well, I've spent some time poring over Christorians' conversations with each other, and I've even interrogated a couple of them. And this is what I've found. The first thing they'll tell you is that they just think it's funny and entertaining, that Christine's strange life and mind simply appeals to their morbid curiosity. And I'm sure that's true. But a lot of things are funny and entertaining and morbidly interesting. Why fixate on this particular person? Well, for a lot of them, it's a reassurance that there's someone out there worse than them. Maybe they're nerdy loners with no social skills, but at least this defenseless punching bag called Chris Chan is here for them to assert their superiority over. It's pretty much common knowledge that a lot of Christorians, including some of the most vocal haters, are autistic themselves. And a frequent justification given for trolling Chris-chan is that she's giving autistics a bad name. In recent years, there's also been a small contingent of transgender trolls who are likewise prone to say, "He's not a real transgender like me, and he's making us all look bad." Oh yeah, 'cause people who troll Chris-chan, you guys look amazing. It's common for trolls to offer rationalizations like this about why trolling Chandler is justified, righteous even. Because, at the end of the day, trolls are people too. And a lot of them actually do have a guilty conscience about this, which they suppress by insisting that Chris-chan is a horrible person who deserves to be tormented. But trolls who protest too much about the evils of Chris-chan, and therefore reveal the excess of their emotional investment.
I will pause. No human being deserves that level of stalking, but Chris-chan is also a terrible person, which then retroactively winds up making people more likely to torment her. But we're gonna get to that because she did do something kind of evil, and by evil I mean to the point even the devil would say, "Down to the pits of the abyss with you." Levels of bad. So we're gonna get to that.
In this are known in the community as A-logs. A-log is the name of a troll who attracted the ire of other trolls by ranting about Chris-chan's crimes, comparing her to Hitler, and generally betraying a pathological hate obsession. Among the trolls, this kind of behavior is considered an embarrassment to all of them because they want to feel like they're just coolly and casually toying with this person. You know, just for laughs. Not a big deal. This is all perfectly healthy and normal and fine. It's fine. But A-log gave the lie to that illusion because it was obvious that his Chris-chan obsession wasn't healthy or normal or fine. So the other trolls turned on A-log and they made him into Chris-chan 2.0, and they uncovered his autism and his furry porn collection and his cringy erotic fan fiction. So why would someone as similar to Chris-chan as A-log obsessively hate on her? Well, there's two explanations. One is troll shielding. That is, A-log may have performatively despised Chris-chan and spearheaded the trolling efforts in order to protect himself from being targeted by trolls. The idea is that you can protect yourself from the mob by waving your pitchfork the hardest. Obviously, this did not work. The other explanation is that A-log saw himself reflected in Chris-chan and sort of projected his own shame and self-contempt onto her. A-log hated Chris-chan because he saw part of himself in her, and the other trolls hated A-log because they saw part of themselves in him. To quote Margaret Pless, who covered this story for New York Magazine a few years ago,
So,
I think it might be
available.
A-logs all the way down.
I'm thinking
People
talent
form
ascension.
morbid cringe obsessions with Chris-chan because to
ascension
them she's a
harvesting,
symbol of something they hate about themselves, something
I'm
they're
gonna look
ashamed
at what
of.
Ningguang
Maybe
requires
it's
for
being on the autism spectrum, or being a socially awkward recluse. Maybe it's being unemployed and living with their parents, or an adulthood fixation on children's cartoons, or embarrassing sexual proclivities, or all of the above. This is how scapegoating works, right? You repress your uncomfortable feelings of shame,
could buy
and
wishes with
insecurity,
Stardust.
and self-loathing, and you displace them
Oh, the server
onto
reset.
someone
Oh.
else. Usually
Right.
someone you can feel superior to.
Can't.
Then you blame and persecute the scapegoat, transforming your painful shame and self-loathing into pleasant, judgmental self-righteousness. It's pretty safe to assume that a large percentage of Christorians and trolls are some kind of social outcasts, much like Chris-chan. So bonding together over their shared contempt for Chris-chan is a way of processing the shame and anxiety of social rejection and exclusion. And I think for a lot of people, even normal people who aren't part of a bizarre internet stalker community, contemptuous cringing helps us cope with our own shame and insecurity. Anyway, it's time to stop this tedious empathizing with other people and find a way to make this all about me.
I'm gonna look at something real quick before we enter to make sure I'm grabbing the right one.
Meow meow. Would you like to meet my quarantine boyfriend? Would you like to meet my boyfriend's boyfriend? That's right, honey. I'm giving you Fujoshi realness, nya. He's gonna stay right here as a grim reminder of the things that you have seen. Actually, I identify as a trap. It's very that. I guess it's not really cringe if I'm trying to be cringe. Cringe is failed seriousness. In my last video, I talked about how ashamed I am of being a transgender lesbian. Cringe. Shame. At the end of that video, I talk about how I sense that my shame is related to the contemptuous cringe I feel for a lot of other trans lesbians, particularly those of the heckin' stripey sock nya nya cat girl variety. But I confess to periodically sinking into these morbid, guilty binges of cringing at embarrassing trans lesbians. I want to return to that thought and kind of psychoanalyze myself as a kind of first-person case study of a morbid cringe obsession. So, cat girl trans girls are... Okay, I can't believe I'm about to explain this. They're trans women, usually attracted to women, who express their identity online through cloying, neotenous, otaku memery. And my conscious reason for cringing at them is that I see these Japanese cartoon cat girls as a kind of visual baby talk, an infantilized and unrealistic representation of femininity and womanhood that's designed to titillate nerdy boys. So when trans women identify with it, I cringe. Like, no, you can't become an anime girl, Lily. Fuck your dreams. Now look, I don't want to get sidetracked with a discussion of whether my opinions about cat girls are fair or correct. So don't listen to what I'm saying about cat girls. Listen to what I'm feeling about cat girls. Listen to the contempt beneath my words. Because even if everything I'm saying is true, cat girls are being cringe online is a situation so inconsequential that any amount of emotional energy spent on it is too much. So why do I have this cringe fixation? Well, according to the A-log theory of morbid cringing, we form obsessive and addictive contempt for people who have traits in common with us, people who make us uncomfortable because we see something of ourselves in them. So, do I have traits in common with the cat girls? Well, we're both trans women, we're both attracted to women. I do like anime, but I don't like the anime they like, okay? I like good anime that has, you know, mature, three-dimensional female characters. Look, I'm a real transgender, okay? I'm not like you. It's also not lost on me that this is like the 7th time on this channel I've dressed as a cat girl to make fun of them. I have posted cringe. You should all be laughing at me right now. Nya, 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 nya. So I do think there's some truth to the idea that I'm A-logging these cat girls. I also think there's a group representation aspect to this. Like, I'm afraid that other people will cringe at a group that includes me, trans lesbians, because of how these cat girls are acting. So let's make another distinction between in-group cringe and out-group cringe. In-group cringe is when you cringe at someone who belongs to the same group identity as you. For example, your family, your romantic partnership, your ethnicity, or your country, particularly if they're embarrassing themselves in front of outsiders to the group. Think about how embarrassed a teenager gets if her mom does something cringy in front of her friends. Or think about how embarrassed liberal Americans get when we talk to foreigners about Donald Trump being our president. Or think about these phrases. She makes me embarrassed to be a YouTuber. They're making trans people look bad. He's giving autistics a bad name. When we cringe at someone who belongs to our identity group, we don't just feel vicarious embarrassment, we feel embarrassment because their disgraceful behavior makes us look bad too. So in-group cringe is actually a kind of self-cringe, because you're cringing at your membership in an embarrassing group. Nothing has ever triggered this kind of in-group embarrassment more for me than a cringe video that went viral last year, in which a masculine trans woman throws a tantrum over being misgendered in a GameStop.
You're gonna give me my fucking money back.
Excuse me, sir. There's a young man in here. You watch him.
Excuse me, it's ma'am. It is ma'am.
This video is excruciating for me to watch.
Motherfucker, take it outside. If you want to call me sir again, I will show you a fucking sir.
I apologize.
Motherfucker.
I apologize now.
The paradoxical absurdity of trying to brutishly intimidate people into seeing you as a woman.
Ooh.
Now Twitter's gonna come for me over this and say Natalie hates trans women who don't pass. But passing is really not what this is about. It's aggressive, intimidating, hyper-masculine behavior from a trans woman, accompanied by apparently total delusion about how she's presenting.
Well, I'm gonna ask you for the 5th time to stop calling me a man, because quite clearly I am not.
It's really not that clear, Gorge. And that's what makes this video classic cringe, right? The incongruity between her thinking that she's serving women while bellowing like a drill sergeant. By the way, what I'm doing right now, this is cringe reaction content. I don't really do that on this channel, but I'm dipping my toe in just to see how it feels. And it feels good. Like, intoxicatingly good. I can see how you could get addicted to this. I'm imagining myself right now surrounded by cis people, and I am leading the righteous mob as we point and laugh at some delusional manly dump truck. I am a real transgender, a true transgender, a good transgender. Father finally approves of me. This would be the unconscious archetypal father. Jot that down in my progress notes, please, doctor. Okay, so why does this feel so good? Well, let me talk you through my feelings. When I watched that GameStop video, for the first few seconds, I do feel vicarious embarrassment for her. I can even relate, because in the first couple months of my transition, there was an occasion where I was in a lengthy customer service interaction where the guy at the desk was calling me sir the entire time. And there's something very humiliating about trying to present female, like wearing a dress and makeup, and yet being called sir. It's a quintessential mismatch between self-concept and the way other people are seeing you. And the memory of it is painful to me, but what I cling to is that while I may have looked like a man, at least I didn't act like a man. I didn't threaten to take anyone outside and show them a sir. In fact, I was too ashamed even to correct the guy. So as the GameStop video progresses, my sympathy runs out fast, and instead of compassionate cringe, I feel group embarrassment for trans women, including myself. And I feel contempt toward this individual for making us all look bad. I also feel a kind of morbid fascination rooted in fear. What if I'm as delusional as that trans woman? I don't look and sound like that, do I? I feel like I have to do a sanity check. I start scrutinizing myself in the mirror, listening to recordings of my voice just to make sure. And that fear motivates me to distance myself from that person in the video. I don't feel compassion for her, because that would mean putting myself in her size 16 shoes. And I don't want to do that, because I'm horrified and repulsed by the thought that I'm like her in some way. So I want to push away, and contempt is a way of emotionally distancing myself. And if I express that contempt by publicly shaming and condemning her, then I'm also socially distancing myself. Accidental COVID jokes. Oops. Guess it's, contagious. I think many people who are stigmatized or who have been humiliated long for the experience of being a normal, surrounded by fellow normals, judging and humiliating a freak. And if you take a look around trans YouTube, a lot of the biggest creators in the platform have channels basically devoted to exactly this type of cringe reaction humilitainment. The YouTuber Calvin Guerra is a trans guy who's best known for what are essentially cringe reaction videos, mostly aimed at people he deems trans trenders. That is, people who claim to be trans, but who aren't real transgenders like Calvin. He's especially bothered by girly, AFAB, trans and non-binary teenagers, or by anyone who blurs the line between lesbian and trans-masculine identities. Sometimes he'll do a long-form reaction to a specific person who grinds his gears.
So this person is an asexual, non-binary, transgender, lesbian who uses he, they, it, thons pronouns. According to my calculations, you are a trans trender.
And other times he'll basically just laugh at cringy trans TikTok teens.
No, I'm turning off the video. I can't watch this.
He has a couple justifications for making these videos. One is that he's actually helping the people he's cringing at, because if a trender transitions, then they'll get dysphoria and have to detransition. But I have to wonder, does humiliating or laughing at people really help them figure out whether they're trans or not? His other justification is that trans trenders are giving real trans people a bad name. They're the reason people are transphobic. This is why they hate us. It's because of the trenders. Wow, I love that idea of a true scum furry. Isn't that just wonderful? A true scum furry! But it's not though. I mean, transphobia existed long before.
Hi, Shauna. It's been a while. I'm listening to ContraPoints while playing Genshin with a friend. So, hi, how have you been?
Before there were people you could plausibly describe as trans trenders. So trans trenders aren't the reason society hates trans people, Calvin. They're the reason you hate trans people, right? Or at least the trans community. And I feel like what you're doing is you're projecting that feeling onto society at large and you're saying, oh, this is the reason people are transphobic. And to be fair, I get that it's not just a projection. Like back in 2016, the SJW cringe era, it was cis people mocking trans people with all these tropes. Attack helicopter, 2 genders, 76 genders, special snowflakes. But now, they're used by trans people trying to distance themselves, trying to ghettoize the most laughed at people in the community under the label of trans-trenders. And Calvin, there may be some truth to what you're saying about there being confused teenagers who think they're trans when they're not. I mean, I wouldn't know. I'm a near-dead woman in the twilight of my life, and I don't hang out with teenagers. But even if it is true, Calvin, your fixation on it seems disproportionate to me. Like you return to this topic to cringe again and again and again and again and again and again. It's like you're picking at a wound. It feels to me like a morbid cringe obsession. And I guess I think I recognize part of myself in you. This could be me projecting, of course, but I wonder if the way you feel about girly sparkle gender AFABs is similar to the way I feel about otaku transbian catgirls. And it might be worth considering that I don't cringe at the sparkle genders the way you do. I mean, I'm with you on wondering what a he, they, zir, gender flux, lesbian demi-boy is, but unlike you, Calvin, I just don't have a morbid cringe obsession with feminine AFAB trans people. They can identify as however many genders they want for all I care. I may not always understand it, but I support their journey. I guess it doesn't bother me because I'm not worried that anyone will judge me because of how they behave. I don't feel in-group cringe. Now, it's a different story if I'm reading a general lesbian subreddit and I see a comment like, pre-transition trans lesbian here. I wish I had titties. Girl dick, nya nya. Get the fuck out of here, Lily. You're giving real trans lesbians a bad name. This is why they hate us. See, now I have strong feelings. Now I'm in-group cringing. And intellectually, I do think my feelings are correct to some extent. Like, I don't think a general lesbian community is the appropriate forum for a trans woman who's effectively still living as a man to take the mic and whine about wanting titties or rhapsodize about girl dick. But I'm also aware that I feel this strongly about this because of my own dysphoria and my own shame. And honestly, my own self-loathing. Like, I can't even talk to cis women on dating apps because I feel like a fake woman imposing myself on real women. That's where my head is at. So where does this pre-transition trans lesbian get the audacity? You know, it makes me feel in-group cringe about an identity, trans lesbianism, which for me is already a pain point of insecurity and embarrassment and shame. So Calvin, maybe, and again I could just be projecting, but maybe that's kind of like how you feel about these trenders. When you make these videos condemning them as not really trans, aren't you essentially exiling them from the in-group so you no longer feel the pain of in-group cringe? Or perhaps, Calvin Guerra, what you're really trying to destroy is the trender within. And again, I could be full of shit here. At the end of the day, this is psychoanalysis of a YouTuber I haven't met. So feel free to tell me if I'm full of shit, Calvin, but still, I guess I invite you to consider whether producing trans-trender humilitainment is actually helping anything, or whether it's really just an addictive way to scratch some kind of emotional itch. Alright, I've said my piece about Calvin. Who's next? Oh, how about Vanessa? We meet again, Gorge. And once again, I'm wearing some kind of embarrassing anime hairpiece. Vanessa is a trans woman who is the second most popular political trans YouTuber. At least that's what I wrote in the script when I had more subscribers than her and was fully prepared to be a cunt about it. But since then, she has in fact surpassed me once again. Good for her! Vanessa started out as basically a cringe reaction channel back when SJW cringe was fashionable. She cringed at a wide variety of SJWs, but the most consistent theme was trans trenders and crazy activists are giving real trans people a bad name. They're making us look bad. This is why people hate us. So what we can now recognize as a standard in-group cringe fixation. But Vanessa focused in particular on a strident SJW-type trans woman called Riley Dennis. And Vanessa made several reaction videos to her where she made a point of misgendering Riley and dismissing her as a fake transgender who hadn't transitioned and clearly had no intention to.
You know, if you went on estrogen, your sex drive wouldn't be so high and you wouldn't be guilt-tripping people into having sex with you. Just saying.
But then, Riley made a video revealing that she'd been on hormone therapy for a year and was about to undergo facial feminization surgery. This prompted Vanessa to make an apology video where she not only apologized to Riley and acknowledged her transition, but she actually went beyond the script of a generic oopsie-doopsie YouTube video and opened up about having experienced herself the cruelty she directed at Riley.
And I'm someone who's had my transition picked apart online. There have been Reddit threads and 4chan threads with hundreds of comments on it of people trying to prove that I'm not trans because I haven't done this or that, or, you know, digging up my old pictures. And so the thought that this entire time I've done that exact same thing to someone else and pushed that off on someone else fucks with me. And I'm fucking sorry.
Vanessa actually managed, for one fleeting moment, to make a connection between her own past hurt and trauma and the pain she'd inflicted on another person, which is kind of a once-in-a-lifetime event on a website where the performers are remorseless psychopaths who wouldn't muddy their shoes to save a drowning child, and the viewers are cold-blooded sadists who consume human misery like a glutton, gorging himself at a particularly sumptuous buffet.
You know, this whole thing has really taught me a lesson that I should really try to stick to ideas, opinions, policy.
I'm more of a pickup
However,
truck girl now,
this
though.
lesson would not last. Vanessa kept doing SJW cringe content well past the point it had become passé, making a video with Big Red in the thumbnail as recently as 2019. I admit, I thought she was fading into irrelevance, but once again, I underestimated Vanessa. In July 2019, her channel rocketed to a new level of success when she released a video titled Exposing Jessica Yaniv, Trans Predator. In this video, Vanessa sounds the alarm about a trans woman, or rather she believes a man posing as a trans woman, called Jessica Yaniv. Who the fuck is Jessica Yaniv? Well, as far as I can tell, everything Vanessa says about Yaniv is true. Yaniv attempted to use a Canadian human rights tribunal to close down several beauty salons that had refused to wax her hairy balls after she approached them about it in an awkward and creepy way. She has a long history of sending extremely inappropriate messages to underage girls. And she attempted to host a topless pool party for unchaperoned children. Basically, Yaniv is someone who appropriates the language of transgender acceptance and equality to cloak predatory behavior toward minors. And my read on Yaniv, by the way, is not that she's a cunning manipulator, but that this is someone who is mentally not playing with a full deck. After the success of her initial video, Vanessa made a few more videos about Yaniv, rebranding herself as a kind of transsexual Chris Hansen, exposing transgender predators wherever she could find them. And at first, I was honestly kind of loving this for Vanessa. At least now she's finally picking on someone who deserves it. But the more I think about it, the more hesitations I have. One is that Vanessa framed the Yaniv story and the lack of attention given to it by other trans public figures as an indictment of trans activists. activists, who Vanessa thinks should spend more time sounding the alarm about transgender predators. And I'm willing to admit there's probably a valid point in there somewhere. Like, some trans people really are so paranoid about transphobes framing all of us as dangerous perverts that they basically look the other way and refuse to acknowledge the small but real subset of trans people who are, in fact, dangerous perverts. But Blair, you talk about the Yaniv situation like it's urgent breaking news. Like Yaniv should rightfully be a household name, but for the stubborn silence of trans activists. But why? Why should everyone be focused on Jessica Yaniv? There's more than 100,000 sexual assaults reported to American law enforcement every year. The literal president of America is a bit of a sexual predator himself. Why fixate on this one particular Canadian creep? I guess you could argue that since Yaniv is a trans-identified predator, a tip, we as real trans people have a responsibility to be the ones who lead the charge to stop her. Or at least it would be good optics for us to do that. And again, I think there's maybe some truth to that. Like, initially, the LGBT website Pink News straightforwardly reported Yaniv's claims of discrimination, which is pretty embarrassing and not great optics. But I don't think that constantly broadcasting updates about the transgender is really the best optics for us either. Why did Vanessa make this video in the first place? Is it simply because she cares deeply about the well-being of children and she thought making a video exposing Jessica Yaniv is the best way to protect them? I mean, I'm sure she cares a little bit about the children, but it's still a YouTube video, and you have to ask, is the primary intention here really to stop a predator? Or is it to manufacture a sleazy entertainment spectacle? Shortly after her first Yaniv video was published, Vanessa hosted a live stream on her channel titled Heated Debate with Jessica Yaniv, Trans Predator. This got 2 million views. Is this what you do with someone you've just accused of pedophilia? You host a live event debating the pedophile on your YouTube channel? What's to debate?
I don't need to be scared in my own house that I'm gonna get fucking attacked, which is illegal in Canada, just saying. But
Do you think that was like cute?
Oh.
Was that a moment for you?
Okay.
Then of course, you sell t-shirts featuring the meme that resulted from your YouTube pedophile debate. I mean, that makes sense. If you're gonna catch a predator, you gotta sell pedophile debate merch. And of course, you gotta follow the pedophile's makeup tutorial, you know, for the children. Now, I hate to be overly critical, but when I look at this, I don't see a high-minded activist working to protect children and trans people's image. I see a tabloid entertainer who's discovered a way to monetize milking lulz from a mentally defective pervert. And I have to say, Blair, as a connoisseur of trash myself, I'm very entertained by all of this. Following a sexual predator's makeup tutorial? That's genius. I wish I'd thought of that. But just be honest. This isn't activism. This isn't justice. It's a lolcow cult. It's like one of Mari's transsexuals took over the show. And I love that for her. I love that for her. But Blair, I can't help but notice you're still hitting all the same beats your videos have always hit. Attention, everyone. There is a bad transgender in our midst. The bad transgender is not a real transgender like me. It's very important that we all gather round to condemn this bad transgender who is not a real transgender.
To be fair,
Blair, I'll give
Blair
you this.
White does do
You
that
are getting
a lot.
better at choosing your targets. The transvestite monster is a stock character in our culture, and Jessica Yaniv is good casting for the part. She's a transphobe's boogeyman come to life, and I certainly am not shedding any tears for her. But you'll have to excuse me if I don't take this seriously as anything more than a smarter version of the same in-group cringe humilitainment you've always made. And by the way, you may want to check in on your understudy, Rose of Dawn. Rose of Dawn is another conservative trans woman YouTuber who produces a series called Trans Stupid.
Hi everyone, and welcome to another edition of Trans Stupid, the show where I take a look at the wonderful world of LGBTQIA+++ news because stupidity is intersectional.
Transgender. More like trans retarded. More like trans gay. Trans gay. I love that. I just realized I'm literally trans gay. Rose's channel is allegedly about the excesses of trans ideology and activism, which in theory, I do think is a perspective worth including in the conversation. But in practice, well, let's just say Rose has produced a 30-minute documentary about why Chris Chan is not a real transgender. There is a bad transgender in our midst. The bad transgender is not a real transgender like me. I'm getting pretty tired of this. And here's her transition advice to trans women just beginning their journey.
You probably have this image in your head that, you know, you're going to be this really cute looking trans woman. Like effectively you're going to be this seal. Like, look at this seal. Isn't this seal adorable? Look, you're so cute. But the truth is, you're probably not looking like this seal right now, are you? You're probably more like this big bull seal, barging your way into women's bathrooms saying, "This is a woman's body." Okay. Now, you might never reach the cute seal phase. In fact, very few of us turn out to look like Blair White.
Rose, no. Do not simp for Vanessa. It only encourages her. She's also made no less than 20 videos about Jessica Yaniv, which seems like kind of a lot, Gorge. Would I be wrong to say I'm getting a little bit of a morbid cringe addiction vibe? In these videos, Rose chronicles Yaniv's numerous crimes and wrongdoings, but she also cannot resist making it very clear how disgusted she is with Yaniv's appearance.
The irony being that this kind of tweet came from someone who you can smell just by looking at a picture of them.
I bring this up, again, not because I have any interest at all in white knighting for Yaniv. I do not support her journey. As far as I'm concerned, she can eat shit. And maybe she does. I wouldn't be surprised. No, my point is that part of the catharsis that Rose and Vanessa seem to derive from making this kind of content comes from contrasting themselves as good, presentable, real trans people with the hideousness of the wretched, fake trans dump truck. A classic Vanessa thumbnail is divided into two halves. On one half, Vanessa, looking fish, looking cunt. Always with her lip gloss in the live streams. And in the other half of the thumbnail, for contrast, the tragic dump truck in a maladjusted wig. And I'm allowed to say dump truck because before I transitioned, I was one of Vanessa's dump trucks. I was one of, hashtag, her dump trucks. Look, I happen to possess a little thing, you probably haven't heard of it, called inner beauty. That's right, sweetie. My pancreas, unclockable. Meanwhile, Rose, who prefers to represent herself with this cartoon, okay, straight up refers to Yaniv as the Tubby Troon and the Titanic Tranner of Canada.
A particular Titanic Tranner of Canada, the Titanic Tranner of Canada.
Tranner and Troon being pejoratives for transgender that I associate with 4chan, where I'm guessing Rose has spent a lot of time. As for the emphatic revulsion toward Yaniv's fatness, well, I'm guessing that must be another important part of stopping a predator, right?
It seems almost taboo to condemn people for how rough they look when I think that tough love in a way is needed. Because I look at what I looked like when I first transitioned and Jesus Christ, I wish my friends had said something. Like, I looked bad. Like, I was overweight, I had poor taste in clothes. Like, I was never wearing stupid dresses or anything, it was mostly t-shirts and jeans.
You're probably more like this big bull seal, barging your way into women's bathrooms saying, "This is a woman's body." Now, you might never reach the cute seal phase. In fact, very few of us turn out to look like Blair White. And I want to make it very clear that when I'm talking about transition, I don't mean that you're...
Rose, are you okay? No, you're not okay. None of us are okay. No trans woman remotely in the public eye is in any way okay. And look, I don't want to take this psychoanalysis too far, because I don't know from watching YouTube videos what's going on in someone's head. But I can try to make intelligent inferences. And I think it's pretty revealing that this is how Rose introduces the topic of Jessica Yaniv.
I think, well, one of the biggest characters in the whole fucking world at the moment, which is Jessica Yaniv.
Rose? Gorge? Jessica Yaniv is not one of the biggest characters in the whole world at any moment. This is not a world historical figure. At the end of the day, this is a more or less random civilian sex fiend off the streets of Vancouver, BC. The only reason anyone has heard of her at all is that Vanessa decided to go full to catch a predator and turn this grimy reprobate into a minor anti-celebrity. She is not one of the most important characters in the world, but it sounds like what she is, Rose, is one of the most important characters in your brain. This is distorted thinking. It's like A-Log comparing Chris Chan to Hitler. You're so deep in the morbid cringe obsession that you've lost perspective. And I'm sure you have what seem to you like perfectly logical reasons why you're devoting so much attention to this. And I know videos about Yaniv get a lot of views, so I'm sure that's a factor too. But Rose, I also know a morbid cringe obsession when I see one. And I know that being a visible trans woman on the internet is more difficult than most people can imagine. And I know that pretty much every trans person is bullied or shamed or humiliated at some point in our lives. And I know how good it can feel to take all the horrible things transphobes and bullies and TERFs have said about us and repeat them verbatim about some big, fat, fake, dangerous, delusional, disgusting male fetishist. Oh, it feels good to be the TERF for once. It feels good to be the judge rather than the judged, because when you point the finger at someone else, you're also pointing away from yourself. And it's not lost on me that in conservative circles, queer people are often treated like suspected sex criminals by default. So there's safety in being the one who spearheads the think of the children type moral crusade. And when you expose a trans predator, you get that feeling of safety, plus the relief of having someone in particular to blame for the shame and stigma we all feel. Jessica Yaniv is the reason people hate us, but that's just not true. It's a simple answer to a complicated problem. It's scapegoating. When I look at the Yaniv obsession on trans YouTube, I see a community trying to cope with stigma and hoping that destroying a scapegoat will bring relief. It's basically a blood sacrifice. It's not rational. It feels good for a moment, but it's an addiction. It won't ever erase the stigma and the shame. And Yaniv is simply the latest and most deserving in a long line of bad transgenders who aren't real transgenders and are giving us a bad name and are the reason people hate us and must be condemned and destroyed. But when Yaniv is finally gone, when you get her sent to prison or whatever your goal is, you're just gonna find a new scapegoat to take her place. And the shame cycle continues. The humiliation and bullying we've experienced is internalized as shame. When we project that shame onto scapegoats and onto each other, it becomes cringing and contempt. And we voice that contempt by shaming other people, which starts a new cycle. So you can keep finding new scapegoats, new punching bags, new shame dumps, new lolcows, and you can end up like one of the people who's been archiving Chris Chan for 13 years. But that will never really heal us. God, how do I get out of this video? I'm trying to have a serious conversation dressed as some sort of catgirl degenerate. Cringe. Shame. I'm ashamed. Don't look at me. You know, I love wearing florals in front of flowers. Thank you, yes, I suppose it is groundbreaking. Alright children, let's review our notes on cringe. The word cringe really describes two different emotions, either embarrassment or contempt. You can feel either one for yourself or for someone else. When you're embarrassed for someone else, we call that vicarious embarrassment. And that can mean cringing with someone who is embarrassed themselves, which I've argued is excluded in the internet usage of the word cringe. Or it can mean embarrassment for someone who isn't embarrassed themselves, in which case we say we're cringing at them. Now, if someone who's part of your in-group is embarrassing themselves, and by proxy, embarrassing the in-group that includes you, you feel in-group cringe, which can involve both vicarious embarrassment and a kind of self-cringe. And on the contempt side, contempt for someone who shares traits in common with you, particularly if they're traits you have contempt for in yourself, can develop into morbid cringe, which is that obsession with a lolcow, that addiction to contemptuous gazing at a dark mirror in which you see reflected everything you hate about yourself or about your in-group. Now I want to end this video by reflecting on whether cringe is good or bad, healthy or harmful. And I do think that in some situations, cringe is good. Embarrassment serves a social purpose. It helps us interact smoothly with each other by telling us what not to do. And empathizing with other people's embarrassing stories can be cathartic. It can make you feel closer to other people, more alike, less alone. I also think a moderate amount of self-cringe is very healthy. It shows you're self-aware, and you care at least a little bit what other people think. You know, I've met people who never cringe at themselves, and let's just say they're not my kind of people. They're narcissists who think super highly of themselves, regardless of how they're actually coming across. But I think partly out of fear of ending up like one of those people, I've overcompensated, and I cringe too much, both at myself and at other people. It's a habit that's kind of making me hate myself, and it's making me unfairly contemptuous towards others. And when I take a look around the internet, like I've done in this video, I find that I'm not alone in this situation, and it's not cute. So how do we cringe less? Well, the cliche solution is self-love, which our culture places a lot of value on. Self-love and self-esteem. You know, I don't care what haters and losers say. I'm a bad bitch. I look like a supermodel. I'm a genius. We're encouraged to hype ourselves up in this way, but it doesn't work because it's not realistic. You don't look like a supermodel, and you're not a genius. And when you realize that, you fall from one extreme to the other of what Chris Fleming calls the self-esteem tower of terror. You go from self-love to self-hate. But self-hate is also a distortion. Recently I was listening to a David Foster Wallace interview. Yeah, I know, cringe. And he attacked me mercilessly and unprovoked.
There's a lot of narcissism and self-hatred.
How dare you notice that? I'm in this photo and I don't like it. But it's true. Time spent cringing at yourself is still time spent obsessing over yourself. And it's hard not to because humans are animals, so our perspective is egocentric by nature. But we can still learn to appreciate that the world is bigger than us. I mean, I've heard rumors. In that book we started with, Cringeworthy, Melissa Dahl advocates not self-love or self-hate, but what she calls self-indifference. She says, self-indifference is the relief of realizing that you are simply not that big a deal. So yeah, I was pretty cringy in the past, and I'm still pretty cringy now, but you know what? Everyone else is pretty cringy too. And the world's probably gonna burn down in 50 years anyway, so I don't know if I would call this good news, but if it's any consolation, nothing matters. 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 Nothing matters.
Okay, so thank you to ContraPoints. Be sure to check out her channel. That is an amazing video on what cringe is. The reason I wanted to rewatch it was because Xander Hall did this. So
her mother has
trigger warning
dementia
again.
and obviously cannot consent. Plus, it's incest. It's just full-on rape. It's full-on rape. And that's why this news is trending so much.
Yeah, Christian, kind of. Yeah.
I've been mulling over how I want to do this segment in my head nonstop for the last 24 hours, okay? This topic is one that I need to handle somewhat delicately because there are a lot of people who have used this individual, who have used this story to push what I view as being harmful narratives. And while the individual in question, Chris Chan, who we will get into in a moment for those that are uninitiated on this drama, of which we just did a poll and many in my chat right now are, is a bad person who has done very bad things. However, I think that the culture that has sort of surrounded this individual is extremely toxic and helped sort of give birth to one of the most shitty aspects of internet culture in existence, I think. But I'm going to do my best not to oversimplify it, because it isn't quite as simple and cut and dry as the people who follow this individual are a bunch of pieces of shit, no life, neckbeards who have nothing better to do than sit on kiwi farms all day and just gossip and spy on and stalk a certain person, right? I'm not gonna make it that cut and dry. I want to make things a little bit more nuanced, okay? So I'm gonna tell as much of the story as I know, without getting too deep into it that it becomes pointless and kind of redundant. You know, that we're like, there's no reason to go into the whole like entire story of Chris Chan. I can very easily sort of abbreviate or abridge the story. But fuck, I guess let's get right into it. And after that, I'll explain why I'm talking about it, and then the current news that just dropped yesterday, and you know, why I'm discussing that as well. Here we go. I'm going to preface this by saying the individual we're discussing is transgender. She is a trans woman, or so claims to be, and I'll get into why I say that in a moment, who I will be referring to, at least in the original, like, beginning part of the story, by the dead name, and using they them pronouns, because Chris Chan does just the same thing and refers to her past self in the past, pre-transition, by he him pronouns. I won't be doing that, but also by the dead name. All right, I'll be doing this for the sake of telling the story and helping to make things make a little bit more sense, because as you can see here, the story of this individual is so long and so unbelievably documented that things start to get pretty fucking confusing after a while. Gets a little bit confusing after a while. And I find that this distinction in terms of time periods does do a good job of helping to, you know, kind of keep things in order, especially if it's me telling the story. So I'm only on part 4 to give you guys an idea. I started watching last night the this is like the de facto Chris Chan documentary, and yeah, you can kind of see here. Each episodes is around 40 minutes, sometimes a little longer, and it's ongoing. And we're currently on episode 58. So there's a lot to get into here. Chris Chan was originally short for Christian Weston Chandler. However, she now goes by Christine Weston Chandler, still using Chris Chan as a moniker, sort of. So we will be referring to her as Chris Chan for the sake of brevity and for familiarity, as well as to avoid any complications with like dead name and current name and whatnot. It's also very confusing because fuck, it's my mind is so jumbled right now. It's also very confusing because Chris Chan refers to her past self by her dead name, like, frequently, to the extent that she believes that there's some time travel shit involved in alternate dimensions, and that she's going to go to another dimension where her OC character, her original character Sonichu, who's a mix of Pikachu and Sonic, exists and has battles with deities. She does claim she's had battles with deities, like gods and stuff like that, while driving her car. I believe that's what that was her excuse when she pepper sprayed a person and also ran a person over with her car. She believes that a dimensional merge is going to come soon, that the dimension where her character Sonichu exists, as well as the other characters in that story and the real life, are going to merge. She believes that when people die, they go to the Sonichu dimension. That's just a little bit of like an appetite wetter there, just to get you a little bit enticed. Are you guys interested now? Wait, hold on, chat. Those of you guys who knew nothing about Chris Chan prior to this segment, are you interested?
Okay, I am gonna pause before we continue with that, because it's gonna get a lot worse, a lot faster, as you heard in the preview. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the interactive map. Thank you for the help earlier, Croto. Okay. Bye, Barbara. Where was I? Right. I'm looking for in Inazuma. I'm looking for ore. I'm looking for amethyst. And I'm also looking for carrots, literally anywhere. So, yay, I guess. Okay. Let's go ahead and start on Narukami Island and continue, because this is getting...
Now. Are you interested now? Because after hearing that, I was hooked. I was like, okay, I'm starting to see why people are so interested in this individual now. Okay. All right. This is a little bit more interesting. So, all right. Chris Chan is, as you might have heard, on the autism spectrum. High functioning autism, perhaps on the lower functioning end of that part of the spectrum. And I say this in the least offensive way I possibly can, because unfortunately, Chris Chan's autism is inextricable, I can't pronounce that word, inseparably relevant to this entire story, to this entire saga, because it is probably the motivation behind 99% of the events that happen in this entire story. It is impossible to like separate that fact from this story. It is impossible to not bring it up. If anyone wants to try to call me ableist for this, I mean, you're welcome to, and I would invite you to try to explain the situation to anyone without referencing the fact that she has autism, okay? Because it is entirely relevant to this entire story. So, Chris Chan is an individual who I believe is now in their early to mid-30s. But in the past, at the beginning of this story, it all started a long time ago, when Chris Chan started to get involved with the internet. And this is old internet shit. Chris Chan was active on the internet and putting out content before the cult of sort of stalking around her had even existed. Going all the way back to the early 2000s, and I believe even the late 90s. She had been 39? Wow, almost 40. That's crazy, yeah. She's been around for a long time, okay? 39 years old. Whew! Alright. So around the age of 19 or 20, Chris Chan began uploading things to the internet. This ranged from videos showing off her Animal Crossing village called CWCville, Quickville. I guess would be the way to pronounce it. CWC standing for her initials at the time, Christian Weston Chandler, now standing for Christine Weston Chandler. Showing off her room, which is... Let me just... Can we... let's just get a... So let's just put this on the screen for now while we... Yeah, showing off, her room. Which is... Let's just say easy to make fun of, okay? Let's just say this individual was quite easy to make fun of. But they existed on the internet and frequently uploaded content onto the internet to a degree that you would expect of, like, full-time YouTubers and online content creators today. Like, say what you want about Chris Chan. Way back in the day, when there was no money or popularity to make from creating content on the internet, they were doing it with at an unbelievable pace and with an unbelievably high quality compared to other internet content made at the time. Like, yeah, like, to be fair, pretty damn impressive. I was very surprised to see how dedicated Chris Chan was to creating different types of content and uploading it to the internet back in the day, when there was literally no incentive whatsoever to do it, besides, let's be honest, the ramblings of a very lonely person who hoped that maybe someone would stumble across this stuff and see it, you know? Which is, you know, sort of comforting. In the beginning, Chris Chan's story is honestly pretty tragic, from what I've seen. I'm 4 parts into the, I'm 4 parts into the story, and I gotta say, Chris Chan seems like, so far, besides a few things I'll bring up in a moment, a pretty sympathetic person. They are a person who has autism, who perhaps has some very easy to make fun of interests, who occasionally engages in some embarrassing actions and isn't the best with social interaction. And around 2007, an entire community of people built a stalker legion, essentially, to follow every step this person makes, document it, and then later down the line get involved in ways that are just beyond reprehensible. However, as it would turn out, and this doesn't at all excuse any of the behaviors of the people that have been relentlessly stalking this person for so long, and it is stalking. Anyone who's deluded themselves, any of the Christorians who hang out on these forums and like engage, like, you know, document Chris Chan must be documented. Any of the people who do this and have deluded themselves into thinking it's not stalking, come on, it's stalking, all right?
Yeah,
At least own it. At least own it, okay? So regardless, she has been on the internet for a long time, and from what I'm seeing so far, she's been pretty, like, you know, sympathetic. However, and someone in the YouTube chat just brought this up, she's been openly homophobic. Ironically, a lot, especially back in the past with a lot of the posts she would make, transphobic, racist a little bit, it would seem. Really weird racism, too. Like, I'm not even going to try to describe it. And, sexual harassing, to the point where there was a woman that she was into in real life, who she would email back and forth. And it's very clear this woman only befriended and interacted with Chris Chan out of pity. And Chris Chan would regularly unwantedly touch and sexually harass this woman, to the point where there are emails, like email chains, like miles long, saying, "Please stop. I'm not interested in you. I want to be friends." Obviously, because she feels bad for Chris Chan. But you need to stop touching me when I say no. I've told you I'm not interested. You gotta stop this. And even beyond that, apparently she drew pornography of this woman as well. Chris Chan apparently drew pornography of them. Okay. I haven't gotten that far yet. I'm still only on part 4. Also, I've seen all of part 2. It's just that I clicked on it whenever I started the... Yeah, I think that was Megan. There's too many names and too many people involved to get, like, super deep into it. I did watch all of part 2, by the way. It's just that when I was looking for the playlist, I clicked on the video, so it, like, restarted in, like, the bar thing. I did not get to finish part 4, though. I'm still only midway through part 4. So I'm still behind on some things. But Chris Chan caught the attention of a lot of people back in 2007. And at first, it was more of a distanced interest, right? Something very similar to how people would follow Boogie, or Francis, the character that Boogie 2988 played back in the day. Or, like if you guys have seen, like, and obviously these things are staged, like Wings of Redemption or Darkside Phil, DSP, sort of like staying back, but watching this very interesting shit show go down. It was stalky, sure, but nowhere even close to what it's gotten to now. Like, nowhere close to where it is now. So while Chris Chan may not be the best person, a community, a horrible community, started to form. And at first it was a little bit more admissible, but as time went on, these trolls that were really interested in documenting Chris Chan got even more excessive and even more involved. There are so many instances of these trolls getting involved that I could get into, but there are a few in particular I want to discuss, just to give you an idea of how bad things have gotten in the past. And of course, we'll catch up to what's happening relevantly now. So, there have been female trolls as well as male trolls who have catfished her into sending nudes and masturbation videos, etc., convincing her to assault her mother and
Natalie
friends and other people, manipulating her into doing all sorts of horrible things. A 13-year-old Christorian catfished Chris Chan as pretending to be a like woman who is of age. And this 13-year-old boy, I heard rumors that the 13-year-old boy was the younger brother of one of the trolls and the stalkers that were following Chris Chan, and that the older brother convinced this kid Blue Spike to do that. But from what my friend Ethan, who has watched this whole documentary recently, told me, Blue Spike, the name of this particular 13-year-old, probably not 13 anymore, did this out of his own volition. So, whew, fuck. Apparently, she shoved a box of crayons up her ass on camera because they asked. Yeah, shit like that is what these people sort of convinced Chris Chan to do. And there's even more stuff like this. Tons of stuff like this. We're talking about an anthology that goes back 15 years plus. All right? This shit has been going on for longer than some of the people involved have been alive. There are people in chat right now who are younger than this entire story. This entire thing that's been going on. All right? Frankly, I'm younger than it's been going on. I'm 22. Chris Chan was my age when she started getting attention from like people on the internet, when the cult started to form around her. And she'd been doing it for a few years prior, like the Sonichu stuff and the crazy shit. Like, there was a thing that she would do called the Love Quest. All right? Well, it technically started in 1998, but the cult around her started in 2007, Doge Professor. So she would do this thing called the Love Quest, where she would make a sign saying, like, I want a girlfriend, a boyfriend. It was, I want a boyfriend-free girl, because she believed that every woman that was hot already had a boyfriend, and so she created a term for a phobia of women who have boyfriends or might have boyfriends called noviophobia, which I believe is the novio is Spanish for boyfriend or something. It's really crazy. God, there's so much. I'm trying so hard to keep this together, guys. I'm trying so hard, but there's so much to it. Okay, I'm doing my best here. You understand? This is like me trying to explain.
I'm gonna pause this. And I'm just going to unplug that radio. I don't give a damn what I get yelled at about in regards to it for it being unplugged. Because every single time Mom or Dad comes home, it's something else designed to either keep me awake or interfere with my ability to do this. And it's usually involving that clock radio or the heater or the air conditioner. So, just give me a moment. I'm gonna... radio will never be a problem again. Ever. Okay. I'm back. Sorry about that. Back to listening to Xander Hall.
Explain the entire story of The Simpsons in one segment, okay? Like, I'm doing my best here, okay? I'm really doing my best. Okay? The lore is fucking immense, alright? The lore is beyond immense, okay? If it wasn't such, like, hot news right now, I would take the time to prepare and study for, like, a week before doing this segment. But we're not doing that, okay? Yeah, it's 50 hours of lore. Alright, 60 hours almost of lore, okay? I'm doing my best. She invented her own version of Spanish. She believes in alternate dimensions. She's created, it's wild, okay? Now, Chris Chan and the antics surrounding her is actually the origin of the website Kiwi Farms, which is a forum that was initially created with the intention of acting as sort of a community, a hub, as well as a more organized place to archive the events happening in Chris Chan's life, whether it be naturally happening on its own. Like, you know how in nature documentaries, the people doing the documentary are meant to sort of like if a lion is taking down a zebra, you're not supposed to get involved if you're doing a nature documentary. You have to just sit back and let it happen. That's nature, right? The people involved with Chris Chan tend to break that rule. There are some purists out there that are very against that and say, do not get involved. Just sit back, document what happens, and do not get involved. Let whatever happens, happen. But most people don't follow that rule, it seems. Or at least a good amount of people involved in this community don't break that rule. So Kiwi Farms was created, notably at the time, to follow this person, but it ended up branching out to more people who are referred to as lol cows. And lol cows are individuals who you milk for the lulz because they're very cringy, they engage in all sorts of silly antics, and you can milk a lot of lulz from them, right? If you guys have seen ContraPoints' cringe video, then you guys probably all know about this.
Which is what we just listened to, by the way, yeah.
Now, let's not sugarcoat it. This is a community of people who wanted to stalk and harass a autistic person because this person was very vulnerable and easy to make fun of. That's what this community was. And frankly, for the most part, it's what it still is. Like, yeah. Now, you may nowadays know about Kiwi Farms as a place where a lot of Nazis hang out and make threads about every single left-leaning YouTuber, because to these Nazi types, they like to pretend that, like, left-leaning YouTubers are on the same level of cringe as this. Everyone's a little cringe, but it's mostly just become a stalking forum for anyone who is left of Nazi at this point, it seems. Or at least anyone who is left of Nazi and cares about politics. Frankly, anyone who cares about politics, if I'm being completely honest. Actually, let's be completely real here. Quite a few right-wing, popular, and well-liked right-wing content creators have threads on Kiwi Farms where they're shit on constantly. Frankly, I don't think Kiwi Farms likes anybody. So I wouldn't go as far as to say it's like a right-wing site. It's just sort of a degenerate site. And that whole community came from Chris Chan here and the stalking of this individual. Now, let's get into some more recent news, because I feel like I've talked about enough of stuff going on in the past and enough setup for my thesis on this segment for us to just get right into what's relevant here, all right? So, Chris Chan's dad passed away a while ago, and for a long time, Chris Chan's dementia-having, like, 90-year-old mom has been her caretaker. Yeah, back in 2011, the dad died. Has been her caretaker, right? And there is a group of people in the Chris Chan, in the Christorian community, who call themselves the Watchmen, basically. And these Watchmen act as like protectors of Chris Chan. They've befriended Chris Chan, they hang out with Chris Chan, they do their best to try to keep people who may have malicious intentions towards Chris Chan from doing those things. They've been called the Watchdogs, now they're called the Watchmen or something like that. It's weird shit like that. It's kind of LARPy, but frankly, of all the people that are invested in this entire thing, I'd say they're probably the most defensible, considering that they are stalkers, kind of, but they're seeing this person who's clearly very vulnerable, and they're trying to, like, protect them from bad things that could happen to them. However, Chris Chan is very trusting. Very, very trusting. And has a tendency to divulge very personal, private, and embarrassing things to the public, which only gives more ammo to those that want to, you know, stalk her, right? And recently, now granted, it is plausible that this audio is fake, in the sense that maybe she was coerced into saying these things, because she is quite coercible, to say the least. I believe at one point, I don't know how we haven't mentioned it yet. You see this thing hanging around Chris Chan's neck here? This is the Sonichu medallion. It's made out of like clay and acrylic, and it is a medallion of the OC character Sonichu that Chris Chan invented. Someone convinced Chris Chan, I believe, to smash it and shove the shards up her ass on video, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. That was the thing that happened? Right? Any Christorians here want to confirm that? That was Blue Spike? Yeah, that was the 13-year-old who convinced Chris Chan to do that. Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah. Very fucked up. Very, very fucked up. So considering that this was something that she was coerced into doing by these people, it wouldn't surprise me if maybe she was coerced into saying this stuff, but I doubt it, because the people who got this audio are part of the group that have been sort of like protectors of Chris Chan for a while now. Who knows, though? It could have been like a long con. I don't know. Regardless, the reason why we're talking about this, the reason why Chris Chan did what, in all caps, was trending #1 on Twitter for a day, for 24 hours straight, is this audio. This is the only source of the audio that I could find. It's from a channel named Gibby. The video is Chris Chan admitted to sleeping with his mother in audio and text. Barb sent to hospital. That kind of exposes some of what happened there. The reason why this is relevant. Trigger warning. Rape. Very obvious trigger warning. Incestuous dementia.
I'm going to skip this because
rape.
We are a relatively speaking. We are a relatively speaking safe channel. There we go. Skipped it.
From what I've heard, the audio goes on, and she apparently claims to have. She goes into detail about apparently being the only person to ever make her mom orgasm, and how they've done it 11 or 12 times at this point. Her mother has dementia, and obviously cannot consent. Plus, it's incest. It's just full-on rape. It's full-on rape.
Yeah.
The phone call, the original phone call is like 13 minutes long. We don't need to listen to the whole thing. All right? The long and short of it is, Chris Chan has repeatedly raped her mom. And that's why this news is trending so much. So what do we have here? We have... Here. Let's find a more recent picture of Chris Chan, because, and I know I'm gonna get canceled for this, but there is an elephant in the room we got to talk about, and the reason why the left needs to discuss this and not be too afraid not be too afraid to talk about this issue, because the right is, and they're using it for their own narrative. Chris Chan is the embodiment, the physical embodiment of everything that the right and transphobes broadly try to paint of the trans community. She is a sexual predator who is aggressively cringy. This may be mean, but not exactly pretty on the eyes, to say the least. I don't think it's a controversial statement. And who has a following of mostly right-wing people who have created an entire stalking community from her, who that has branched off into other communities of far-right people who engage in stalking and harassment against basically any content creator or celebrity who is left-leaning, or, for that matter, autistic, trans, depressed, or going through any hard time in their life and has any type of public facing side to things, right? Yeah. And Chris Chan's not a particularly good person. She isn't. But for many people, as much as I hate to say it, she is a representative of the trans community. She is. Now, there are a lot of people that are Christorians, a lot of people that call themselves Christorians, as they're called, who are, more on the left-leaning side and pro-trans. I'm not going to try to paint everybody who follows this story as being a transphobic Nazi. That would obviously be a very, not only just a gross simplification of the culture around this person, but uncharitable to say the least. However, even the very pro-trans, even trans people who follow Chris Chan and are Christorians don't believe that Chris Chan is trans and refuse to use she, her pronouns because, well, she's fucking delusional on many levels. The whole, there's multiple dimensions and Sonichu exists in one of them and people go to the Sonichu dimension when they die and she's going to the Sonichu dimension and the dimensions are going to cross over. She believes that she is Sonichu, that she's going to become Sonichu when she dies or ascends or something. It's crazy. Chris Chan is, as I said before, the embodiment of the delusional, crazy, cringy person that the right or transphobes try to make trans people out to be. And it's just, there's even people who are pretty pro-trans tend to not gender her by she, her pronouns or refer to her by Christine. And I understand. If there was anybody on this earth, anybody on this fucking planet who claimed to be trans but actually wasn't and legitimately was just crazy and had convinced themselves that they were a woman, it would probably be Chris Chan. Can we all agree on that? If that right-wing stereotype, if a person who 100% all lines matched fit the conservative stereotype of trans people, if that person existed, if that stereotype was real, it would be Chris Chan. However, in my research on this topic, I have found that every source, every person talking about this news, talking about Chris Chan's history, and talking about this current news, has referred to Chris Chan by not only her dead name, but by he, him pronouns, which I have not done. Besides when referring to the past, and even then I've still used she, her pronouns, really.
Neither have I.
And I've justified it as such. I disagree with this. I'm going to argue why I disagree with this. If you're watching and you're a Christorian and you're more right-leaning, or you're not really on board with the trans rights thing, you're not really in favor of trans people broadly, which I think is very possible. I think this video is going to bring a lot of new people to my channel. A lot of new people are going to end up watching my streams, seeing my videos because of this. For a little background, I'm a very left-wing content creator. I'm very pro-trans, very pro-LGBT. I talk about a lot of these things and make videos responding to right-wing content creators. It's what I do. I think, regardless of any of the shit Chris Chan has done, any of the plausibility that Chris Chan is just delusional and crazy and isn't a real trans person, or whatever, I think despite all of that, we should still use she, her pronouns and refer to her by, like, her preferred name when it comes to, like, the trans thing. And the reason for this is honestly pretty simple. Let's take someone who I would argue is pretty comparable. Eat That Pussy 445, EDP. EDP is a pedophile who wanted to rape, I believe, a 13-year-old girl and was caught in the act of trying to do that. However, he's black. Now, despite the fact that EDP is an awful person, would it be acceptable to then say EDP, like, to start being racist towards EDP, to calling him the N-word, and saying that, calling him the N-word, saying he deserves to be a slave or lynched or some shit like that? Is that okay? Obviously not. Because if you start calling any black person, regardless of who they are, the N-word and saying racist shit to them, you're just being racist. To everybody. You can't be racist to one individual person and say, but no, it's just against this one person because he's such a bad person. He's a pedophile. It's okay, right? So let's bring this over to trans people. If you're willing to misgender Chris Chan and dead name her, etc., and do things that you wouldn't do to, say, any, like, let's say, to any other trans person who you find passes well and is a legitimate trans person, you are establishing a sort of conditional acceptance for trans people. That's what I call it. Conditional acceptance. The idea that for you to view a trans person as being valid, they have to reach an arbitrary threshold of effort or non-cringiness or mental fortitude in order for their, like, identity to be valid. And no, not the same. Trans people aren't a race. They're a group of people who are regularly discriminated against. That's why they're comparable. In what way do you think I'm trying to imply that trans people are a race? They're a group who are discriminated against frequently. That's why it's that's why they're comparable. I have a feeling NDO64, who just said that in YouTube chat, is probably new here. You'll figure things out quickly, okay? So, the argument I would like to make is, 1, more left-leaning people need to be talking about this. I get that it comes off as this no-life, neckbeard, right-wing, stalker, Kiwi Farms bullshit. I understand that it comes off that way, and in many ways it is, but do you want those people to be the only individuals discussing this?
Nope.
Do you want the right to be the only people talking about this?
Nope.
To be the only people giving their takes on this? To be the only people educating people about this topic? A topic which, by the way, is now getting way more popular with normies because of the one-day-long #1 trending on Twitter, Chris Chan did what in all caps that just happened yesterday. Of course not. You want left-leaning people talking about it. More left-leaning people should be talking about it. We should not leave this massive topic up only to the right to discuss.
Yep.
Now, I don't think we should be doing the whole Christorian documentary thing, but I do think when the topic of something like this becomes relevant, we ought to discuss it. I got so much shit for announcing I was going to do a segment on this person today, on this news.
It's part of the
I got so much shit saying, Zan, please don't talk about this. She's already gotten so much shit. It's contributed to so much transphobia. Don't talk about that. Why? the reasons you're listing are why I should be talking about it.
Yeah.
As a
the
left-leaning
reason I
person.
didn't announce it either, because. Yeah.
That's literally why we should be talking about it. Because right now, the only people talking about it are far-right people and normies who know nothing about politics and are kinda, whether they realize it or not, lending credence to a right-wing like position. Right? So. Chris Chan is a bad person. They suck. They're a rapist. They're a sexual harasser. They have assaulted people. They're delusional. They're cringy. There's so much you could go on. You could go on for literally 60 hours. However, if you claim to be pro-trans, when you engage in what would be transphobia to any other trans person towards Chris Chan, you're just being transphobic. And that makes you a transphobe. So stop. Stop if you don't want to be a transphobe. I imagine many of the people doing it are transphobic and will acknowledge that. But in the meantime, stop. Don't be transphobic if you don't want to be. I know it kind of feels like, you know, maybe you're doing a favor for someone who's not exactly a good person if you're using their preferred pronouns, etc., etc. But properly gendering and not dead naming a trans person isn't doing them a favor. It's not being a bigot. Like, not calling a black pedophile the N-word isn't doing that person a favor. It's not being nice to them. It's just not being racist. Not being racist towards that person. It's not being a racist. Because engaging that behavior says more about you than it does about the person you're referring to. Notice how I've condemned the behavior of and educated my chat on the history of, fairly well, for as much as I know, about Chris Chan without engaging in transphobia towards Chris Chan. If I can do it, so can you. We can talk about how delusional she is without denying her gender identity. But regardless, if you're someone who claims to be pro-trans, I would ask that you make your support unconditional for trans identities. Someone shouldn't have to reach a certain threshold of being a good person for you not to be transphobic to them, just as you probably wouldn't have a threshold to not be racist towards a black person who's a bad person, right? So, I imagine there's a lot of stuff here that, yeah, you're attacking people for immutable characteristics. Attack people for actual reasons to attack them, not immutable characteristics like being trans, their race, sexuality, etc., right?
Attack them for things
anyway,
that they deserve attacked for, not
I think there's probably a lot of stuff that I left out
immutable
because I didn't
parts of
write
who
any
they
notes for this segment. I went all off the top of my head. This is all improv, just based off of what I've learned about the situation and everything. So hopefully the segment came out well. It is such a crazy thing to get into. If you are actually genuinely more interested in this entire story, Gino Samu here, or I think they go by EL 2.1, I think now. I don't know. If you look up Chris Chan documentary or anything like that, you will find this. All right. Yeah, Gino Samuel is their name. Sorry. It's a long watch, but if you're looking for a new time sink to entertain yourself, I mean, there's plenty of material here. I know I'll be watching the whole thing. I'm gonna be watching this whole thing because I'm already invested. Let's be honest. I'm already invested. I'm gonna watch the whole thing. So, if you're new here, please leave a like, subscribe, ring the bell icon. Follow me on my social media, linked in the description, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. You can also join my fan Discord if you want to talk to me or engage with my community. Link is also in the description. And of course, if you've got the money for it, you don't need it for anything else.
That was Xander Hall. Now, I saw this in my feed, and I wanted to listen to it while I kept gathering Amethyst anyway. about 20 minutes, and it's discussing. It's Xander Hall, who we just listened to, discussing it with Vosh. What's going on? This is someone we've listened to before on the channel, so.
Hey, what's up?
What an unbelievable coincidence. As I was just playing Life is Strange 2 and happened to run into literally you. Look at Twitter right now. I found you in a video game. It's crazy.
I know this character. Literally Vouch, that everything is political. I love it. It really does look exactly like me.
And I asked my chat. I was like, when did this come out? When was this? It came out in 2017.
Yeah, they predicted it. It's like The Simpsons.
They created you. Well, it's more like it's like a tulpa. The game materialized you into existence.
Yeah, kind of like an inverse. What do they call it? Voodoo doll, a little bit. You know, you craft that, and reality molds itself around the concept.
But yeah, I'm glad that the two of them are actually having a conversation.
Like that could be
so
a bit of an issue.
Don't think the character dies, so I think you're good.
Vosh has to say, because
all right, what's on your mind?
Absolutely no attention.
Red pill.
All right, so earlier today, I did a bit of a segment on the whole Chris Chan situation, what happened with her, and just catching some people up on the history of that, because prior to yesterday, I knew next to nothing besides what ContraPoints talked about in her video. And frankly, I find it, the overall culture and stalking and all of that shit behind Chris Chan to be deplorable. The problem is, I went ahead and I watched the segment that you had uploaded to your second channel, and there were some things that I feel like I take issue with, and if I were to say this to you, you'd probably agree.
All right, hit me up.
Yeah. All right. So you and I do this as well, and I think this is the correct thing to do. Talk about how leftist figures online, or just generally progressive figures, need to talk more about really popular culture war things like that to bring people in, especially to sort of deprive the right of having a complete monopoly on discussing certain topics. And I think with this whole Chris Chan thing, we're getting a lot of new people who are getting into that, who are talking about it, who are watching videos about it. And every single video I've been watching on this topic that I did whenever I researched this prior to today's stream, they were misgendering her. They were talking about how she's this delusional, furry, autistic, mentally ill, horrible person. And I think it's very likely that in the coming weeks and most certainly months, we're going to see Blair White, Ben Shapiro, every right-wing or transphobic demagogue using this as the next crux of their transphobic arguments, just like Jessica Yaniv, but probably even more extreme. And I don't know if it's a good idea to throw that topic out entirely without perhaps taking one opportunity to throw in a left-wing perspective on this whole situation to get out ahead of the conservatives that are going to absolutely use this to radicalize normies against trans people.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that in concept, and I think ordinarily I'd agree with you off the bat. The problem that I have is that it seems like there's almost nothing for us to say, right? Every time I hear anything about, like what is the lefty perspective on this? Like, oh yeah, they are a crazy delusional piece of shit, but respect their pronouns, and like that's it. Like I don't know, like I guess that's a valuable insight, but it kind of seems like if that's all we have to add, that we either don't have anything to add at all, or it comes off like a kind of backhanded defense, which is what it comes off to a lot of people online. When you're like, oh, hey, just because Jessica Yaniv is a terrible person doesn't mean you shouldn't respect her pronouns, blah, blah. People interpret that as a defense of Jessica Yaniv. Like, they're not capable of understanding, like, acceptable lines to cross, which that's because a lot of them aren't. So, like, what would we even say with Christian? Like, she's really bad, but, like, not all trans people are that bad? I don't know. It just seems really asinine.
The problem that I had is when I watched your segment, it felt like up until a certain point, like, it came off vaguely, like someone who was dishonest could try to twist it this way. Like, you don't want to talk about it because you think it gives trans people a bad name, and almost as a tacit defense of Chris Chan. And I think the best thing to do in this scenario would probably just be to so what I did, I guess, is just an example, is I just talked about like the history behind it. I went into pretty good detail about how the stalking and harassing of this person has created like the extremely toxic majority right-wing culture of like Kiwi farms and all the stalking forums and everything. And I also talked about how a lot of conservative content creators are using this. And unfortunately, whether we like it or not, conservatives use the lack of left-wing voices talking about how, yeah, Jessica Yaniv is bad, sort of ammo against the trans community.
I just want to say,
obviously, this is completely illogical, but it is used nonetheless.
I just
want
to say, with the Jessica Yaniv stuff, it felt like there was actually something to talk about, because a lot of what Jessica Yaniv did was a sort of weaponization of woke language to get away with sexually predatory behavior, you know? Oh, like, literally the wax my balls or you're a bigot thing, like weaponizing the Canadian legal system, weaponizing sex positivity as an excuse to kind of, like, prey on children. In those instances, I felt like there was valid commentary from a left perspective, because you could go like, wow, these are completely terrible misinterpretations of everything we care about. Like, there felt like there was something to actually dig into here. But with, like, the Chris Chan thing, like, I looked at it for, like, 5 minutes the other day because some people got mad at me or whatever, and it's like, oh, it's just, like, another random crazy asshole, of which there are no doubt hundreds of thousands online, but this is the one that we're all concentrating on. You know, I don't know what to add to that. It just, it almost, it feels like the best solution to this is just kind of disregard any engagement with it, because it seems like absolutely nothing good, personally or politically, can come from this hyperfixation on this one crazy asshole, you know?
Yeah, this is a pretty low-stakes debate, but the problem that I have is that while Jessica Yaniv is a better example of somebody who is the like a trans person who is using woke language and rhetoric to try to harm people, which is, you know, a much more effective bit of ammo for the right to use against the left, I think the main problem is that Chris Chan is so culturally relevant right now. That shit trended on Twitter #1 all day. So many normies are now getting into it. Whenever I went to research Chris Chan, because I knew like nothing prior to last night. Whenever I went to research this, I looked at the most recent comments. Miles of new comments, like, who else is here because they found out about the whole fucking or raping her mom thing, and I was like, holy shit, there are so many people watching this stuff, and I could not find a single content creator covering this news that wasn't dead naming, misgendering, calling her delusional, which she is. However, the problem is that this contributes to the stone toss-esque transphobic straw man of trans people.
So you're saying
if there's anyone on this,
even if we have literally nothing to add meaningfully to the discourse, it's still worthwhile to cover it because it drives clicks, and it means that people looking up this stuff will be brought to a lefty channel instead of a righty channel, which means that invariably their follow-up opinions are going to be. Yeah, okay. I think that's a decent argument. Like, even if you can, like, even if you made two identical videos on Chris Chan, I would rather it be on like I'd rather like the one on Big Joel's channel get trending than the one on like some right-leaning channel, because that might encourage them to go and like look at other stuff from a lefty perspective, or whatever. Yeah, I guess I can get that. I can't help but feel like a contemptuous disregard for people who take this seriously, though. I got a lot of dislikes on the video on my second channel, and a lot of these people are so defensive. The Chris Chan obsessed people, they act like they're like internet vigilantes, like they're like the Gohan fire warriors, where they like watch the mountain pass at all times to protect civilization against the orc war. Like it's so pretentious for like e-stalking, you know? So maybe my hatred of those people is like, I don't know, overwhelming my common judgment on this. I don't know.
Well, the people you're talking about, and we're both very familiar with the communities that have stemmed from the whole internet stalking of this random individual online who, if I had the opportunity and I could snap my fingers and make it stop, I would undo the entire thing that's been going on for 15 years, because that culture, that community is absolute garbage and has plagued the internet long enough. But unfortunately, we can't really do that. You know, when you're a figure in the online space, especially a political figure, you kind of have to deal with the cards you're dealt. And unfortunately, we're now at a stage where I think for the next few months, there's going to be a very dominant right-wing narrative of pointing to this person who is the textbook stereotype of what people like Stone Toss like to depict trans people as. And I guess I've been seeing so many, everything from like normie YouTubers like Optimus, who are like vaguely edgy, right leaning, to full on like Nazi figures who are absolutely using this as ammo. And while I don't think there's much we can add other than like, yeah, just use the correct pronouns or whatever, I do think there's utility to gain from not ignoring it, not ceding all of that that drama, all those views, all that attention completely to the right.
Oh, yeah, I guess
That's
I don't
cool,
disagree
solid.
with that. I still feel like the best take a person could possibly have on this is, why the fuck are any of us doing any of this? I still feel like that's probably
Yeah.
the most salient take, but I guess if nobody's going to listen to that, you could probably
No one will, really. I mean, everybody, you know, I think ContraPoints said this
The thing
best
is,
in her
like-
cringe video. Everyone's got this morbid curiosity for shit like this.
Sure, I mean,
Can't really
I
stop
have
that.
yeah, I have morbid curiosity for stuff too, like Jerry Springer or whatever. Sometimes you just want to see
Mm-hmm.
like living wrecks of human beings, you know. But the Chris Chan thing has gone way, way, way beyond that.
Absolutely.
Like it's obsessive now, and I'd feel the same way about like if there was a Jerry Springer episode with some crazy person on it, and then people dedicated the next 15 years of their life to tracking everything they did off show as part of like this giant portfolio they're building on the life and times of this one random, like, holy shit. Like, you have to be really deep in the subculture to listen to this and not think it's fucking crazy. But I mean, as long as people are paying attention to it anyway, yeah, I don't know. I heard
You'd think. Well, sorry, you finished that, but yeah.
No, I just want to say, I heard the thing that happened. Apparently, like, she, like, raped her dementia-addled 80-something mom or something like that, or some
Yeah, like
super
11
fucked up
times,
shit like
yeah.
that. Yeah. So is she, like, going
Yeah.
to jail?
It seems that way. There's been a restraining order, and the mom's been taken to the hospital. That's all I really know so far. But there was another thing I wanted to bring up, was that we can also use this as the left, and this is what I mostly focused on in my video, as a way of just sort of bringing some attention to how shitty the people that have been doing this 15-year-long online stalking campaign are. One of the things I brought up, and this is the best example of this, is there was a individual who the story is that like this is like the younger brother of one of the trolls that have been stalking Chris Chan for a very long time. One of them was a 13-year-old boy whose name was like Blue Shard or some shit like that, who catfished Chris Chan, telling her that she was like a girl who was of age, and then convinced her, because Chris Chan's pretty easy to convince to do
Don't
things.
they have
apparently.
like the brain age of like a
Puzzles
10-year-old
again.
or something?
I'm trying
Like
to
they're
complete the
legitimate.
That's how it was described. And
Yeah.
the
Now
Kiwi
that I've
Farms
got
people dug up
my
like
first
medical
refinement
reports, and yeah,
rank
that is
3
how they've been
sword.
described by doctors.
So,
and
stuck.
convinced them to break up this like clay and acrylic medallion that they made of Sonichu and shove it up their anus on camera.
Okay,
Horrible shit like this that they've I think that's a really good thing that we as left-wing content creators can point out. Like, look how fucked up the people that have been doing this are. And I think it's a really good,
I could use some
like,
help.
thing to have out there to be bring that shit
So
to
the
light.
Kiwi farmers essentially groomed a child into being complicit in sexually harassing the Chris person.
That's the thing they did, yeah.
Yeah, okay, right. I think I vaguely remember Contra mentioning something like that. I'm sure there's been a million things like this. I don't know. It's in all likelihood, the combined like bad things done on all the Chris Chan stalkers probably exponentially outweigh all the bad things that Chris has done over the course. You know,
Probably, yeah.
I don't know, but they'll interpret that as a defense, though. Like if you're like, hey, the stalking of Chris is really fucked up, then they'll be like, oh, so you just want her to get away with all the horrible things she's done? I see that in the comment section. They're like, they really do think they're like the wardens of this prison, you know? Like they guard the gates. And that if they weren't there, like, I don't know, Chris Chan would become president or something? I don't know what they think is going to
You'll
happen.
never get through to the psychopaths that are sitting on Kiwi farms all day and stalking this person. You'll never get through to those people. But I think if you tailor your rhetoric well enough and you're careful with how you say it, like for me, whenever I plan to do a particularly controversial segment, I think out what I plan to say it like the night beforehand while I'm in the shower or whatever. If you say it right, I think you can convince people who are just now stumbling across this. Because can you imagine how many people who saw Chan did what in all caps trending on Twitter, #1 all day, that are now looking up videos on this? I would rather the first thing they see be like my video or your video talking about it, saying, hey, so this Chris Chan thing, maybe you're interested in it, maybe you want to watch a documentary on it, sure, maybe you're curious. Here's the thing, though. let's talk about the people who are responsible for this 15 years of stalker information. It may sound like anyone with who thinks with some logic or some sense would see this and think it's insane, but evidently not, based on how many normies are now discovering this, you know?
Yeah, I suppose. As a general rule, if something's big enough that it gets trending on Twitter, then it's probably big enough to warrant at least some, like, passing acknowledgement. But now, I still don't know, like, what there is to really say about this, because it feels like the crazies are going to interpret any nuance that isn't just, like, doggedly shitting on Chris with no thought or perspective whatsoever as being some kind of backhanded defense of her, but... No, I guess I principally agree. Here's my new... Are you ready for my new take? That you've now forced me to have a take on this, okay? Are you ready?
All right, I'm ready.
Okay, here's my new take. Chris Chan seems pretty fucked up and should probably be in jail or like an institution or something. And that's probably always going to be my take on this. And I don't know if that's ever going to change. And as more information comes
so I
out,
guess I got the rock.
it's probably just... I'm just going to have to point at the sign, you know? It's going to be that same take. But the stalking shit's pretty weird. We should probably should probably not do that. I don't think it's helping. It's probably making it worse.
No, absolutely. I'd say like 80% of the bad shit that Chris has done or that has happened to Chris is probably due to the fact that there is an online stalking cult that is at least thousands strong, 24/7, constantly with like binoculars observing everything that this person does. And I think that's something that and these people have done awful things that I do think should be exposed. I know Demon Mama did a segment. I haven't seen it yet, but I imagine it was very good. But also like YouTuber to YouTuber. This shit is fucking trending, dude. Like,
I know.
You know, like, come on, yeah, like it's definitely worth talking about for that alone. But also, like, from a completely principled perspective, just generally having more left-leaning voices talking about this massive thing is worth it. And I'm not saying that you should do it necessarily, because clearly it's not something that you want to do. But when I saw your take that you did put out, I clicked on it, like, okay, cool, I'm gonna hear Vosh's take on it. And then you said you didn't care, and it was like, damn, I feel like I got cock teased, you know?
Yeah, look, my hope is just that somebody, some prominent conservative figure challenges me to a debate on this. They want to debate me on Chris Chan, you know? And I'll be like, okay. And then they'll show up, and they'll be like, I think Chris Chan's bad. And I'll be like, yeah.
Me too.
And I'll get 10,000 views per second on that video. It's going to be really good, you know?
Yeah, maybe. Let's just hope that whole saga is over, frankly. I hope this is the end of all of it. I know it won't be, but it would be nice if it was.
Hopefully she goes to jail. I mean, if she's something super bad, then, like, hopefully she goes to jail or at least gets, like, institutionalized in some way or another, right?
Yeah.
And that'd be the end of it, I hope.
There would be people having themselves institutionalized to be in there with her and then watching her so they could go, like, get out and then go back to the internet to report what happened. Like, the people that are on this shit are obsessed beyond any recognition.
Yeah, they're gonna be like chiseling holes in the walls of the prison to sneak in like Kraft mac and cheese singles to the prisoners so that they'll deliver info. They'll write on toilet paper and slip it out or something. It's gonna be a whole prison break scenario just to keep updates on which nostril Chris Chan is breathing out of at any given point in time.
Yeah, it truly is deranged. It really is. But yeah, it's more or less all I wanted to say. I think that there's more to it than just it's not something we should be talking about, because that was sort of the impression I got from the video. But I guess, that's
you're probably right. I get the argument. I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah. I'm sorry for coming on with such an awkward topic, too. It isn't exactly fun to talk about.
Oh, it's fine.
By any means, it's very depressing.
How often do I talk about things that aren't depressing, right? I mean, I don't know.
Pretty often, but it's it's usually gross and uplifting to some degree. But this is just depressing and gross.
Nope.
Not quite in that vein.
Don't worry, the next segment will be too, so we'll be keeping in line. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
And,
well, thank you for having me on.
Happy belated birthday.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thanks for the host on my birthday, by the way. I did a very long Rust stream.
And 1 orb. Okay, so
you should play Rust sometime. It'll make you very mad.
Yeah.
It looks like...
I might.
Wait, no,
we'll have to see.
Pillar.
Take care
Serpent's
now.
Head. Serpent's Head.
Have a good one, okay?
Serpent's Head I can do. It's the mine one I'm looking
Don't
for.
tell Zan, I'm not playing Rust. I was so eager to inform all of you that I ended the call with Zan super quickly.
I'm not wanting characters, I'm wanting quests. I couldn't interact with it even when you were gone, so let me there's one more piece that I'm missing, it looks like, I guess. And it's for the other half of the... There. It's that one. That quest. Hang on. It's the bubble in the mine that I'm having trouble. Part of the reason why I'm trying to solve it now is because of the fact that I'm doing amethyst harvesting, and apparently there are a few underneath that bubble. You know the problem? Okay, hang on. I'm trying to get to you, wherever you're. There you are. I've got 3 parts. I need a 4th, and I'm trying to get. Trying to get to the 4th. Yeah. It wasn't a single player or co-op problem with this one. I don't know what was going on with it. That being said, I'm trying to find... There's a 4th piece somewhere that I'm just missing. And I just went completely the wrong way. Yeah, good point. Now that the podcast is over. Okay, so look, it's the one in the mine. I'm after the one in the mine that is underneath the bubble there. Problem is I keep getting lost. So I'm guessing, yeah, because obviously that's a piece of it. Hang on. I'm coming. I'm just trying to figure out what the heck. Turn this one, okay. Whoa. Okay. I'm gonna have to fly back up. Give me a second. I fell. This one. Okay. This one. Wait. So that one's right? That one was right? Okay. Now face it down. Okay. Oh, just attack it. Oh. Oh, face that one. Face that one in the direction you're currently in. Okay, sorry. Do I need to lower it? Oh, wait. Okay, okay. Okay, so... So, is this one already facing that one, or is that one, because I just... Is that good, or do I need to change the elevation on this one? Before I, Okay, so... So I need to come up there, you said. Okay. Crap, crap, crap. Falling, clipping. Ah. And drop. Okay. You said I need to move this where? Just aim it at the bubble. Okay. No, that's not right. Hang on. Sorry, No, I thought I had adjusted the elevation to medium there. Crap. Okay, so that's high. That's then the one over by where you're at to face the bubble. Okay. It's okay, it's okay. I can actually turn voice chat on now that that's over. Give me a second. It's aimed that way, then you're standing on top of... You know, I'm standing under... There's... Wait, where, how, what? Hang on. I'm lost. Oh, crap. This one aimed at the bubble. Okay. Sorry. Took me a second. Okay. And then which one was the first one again? then... I'm going the right way? No, I'm going the wrong way. Okay. Trying to find whatever it is with elemental sight, and I'm trying to find... It's like finding a needle in a haystack. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, crap. Well, okay. Okay, so now that's not going to be distracting me. That's one less thing on the map to worry about. So what is the missing piece? If it wasn't the bubble... Okay. Let's see. Check my key items. I'm still missing. I'm still missing the pearl for the mine. The little floaty ball thing. Any hints? I'm trying to follow the elemental sight as best I can here. Okay, it looks like it's across this. Okay. Something through here. Well, that obviously wasn't it. Okay. Okay. Oh, there it is. Hey, quick question, Krotos. This Abyss Mage that was staring at one of these Electrogranum things, if I kill it, will the Electrogranum thing work again? Okay. I guess the answer was yes. You there? Oh, okay. You gotta use the restroom. Okay. Got it. Sorry, I don't know why the... There you are. You're back. Okay. Hey, it's okay, it's okay. I literally don't know why it didn't show me the went to the restroom thing. Now, how do I get up there is the question. Because I've got to get... Oh, thanks. Okay, not quite able to get up there. Okay, so I need to be able to... Hey, so I need to be able to get up there to grab that last piece before I switch back to single-player mode to submit the 2 items for the quest. This is a 5-part quest, and there are only 3 parts that actually deal with the wards? What the heck?
Jesus. Hopefully.
Oh, crap. So it's not just a fly through. I gotta time it right. Up. Jump. Grab. Okay. Okay. I think that's everything that I'm missing for that.
You're able to interact with the pillars, right?
I'm able to interact with the pillars you make, yes.
No, not the pillars. No, sorry, not the pillars. The shrines.
Not in co-op. I was having issues interacting with one of them even outside of co-op earlier. I'm wondering if it was just a bug, but I was gonna go ahead and try and see again real quick. So
I mean, if it's the Serpent's Head one, that's just because you have to go back to the dude that started the quest and like update it. So he'll say, you talk to him before you do the first one. He talks to you about how you have to do trying to clear up the area, like clear up the rain.
Yeah.
And then he gives you 2 more.
Right.
Which was the Serpent's Head and the Mine.
Right now, currently both the Serpent's Head one and the Mine one are on my quest list.
Sweet. You should be able to talk to him.
Okay.
I know that was the issue that I was having, well, not I, but with someone else that I was helping them do this quest as well. That they had to update the quest by talking to the dude that initiated the quest.
Okay. And
did you even talk to him?
Yeah, I did,
Should've.
and that's what triggered the continuing part of the quest. Was I talked to him, and I wound up with both parts 2 and 3 being listed. So hang on, I'm gonna go ahead and hit kick real quick and switch back to single player mode.
One of my friends are contemplating joining a fucking satanic temple.
Oh boy.
Don't know what brought upon this.
Satanic temples are actually kind of nice as a religious order. The problem is there's a lot of cultural baggage attached to Satanism, and I mean, it's not necessarily that you're actually worshiping the devil or anything. Okay, now I can interact with it. So I'm guessing I was right. It was literally just a glitch. But yeah, I don't think... do you want me to actually... I can pull up.
That's funny.
Hang on. I can pull up something.
Yes.
Hang on.
One of my friends are like, want to know something odd? Number is not divisible by 2.
Aha, yes. So...
Ow! Sorry.
So... yeah, there is a quick... There we go.
If you're gonna send it to my DM.
No, I'm not DMing it, I'm playing it. Hang on.
Hey, and welcome to
You know what,
Brain
no,
Stuff.
I'm not gonna play it just over the stream. I'm gonna actually do this copy. I'm actually going to do this over our chat so that the stream and so that everyone can hear it, but you can hear what I'm hearing at the same time. So give me a second. Stream chat VC.
I have your stream muted.
Yeah. No, I'm doing this here in our chat where we're at right now. Hang on. Oh crap! Wrong link. I forgot to click paste. Right. There we go. It's a copy there, and a place and a paste. Oh crap! Sorry, I keep forgetting I'm on the Windows partition when I do this. How about I click copy? There we go. Clicking copy. Now clicking paste. There we go.
Hey, and welcome to Brain Stuff. I'm Josh Clark, and you're you, and this is the Brain Stuff where I explain to you Satanism. Sure, if you like heavy metal and you have a comb sticking out of your back pocket, you're probably cool with somebody calling you a Satanist. But more often than not, if you're called a Satanist, it's because someone is shouting after that, "Burn him!" It's not a good thing. And traditionally, it's been used to discredit people. Probably the most famous early use of accusations of Satanism was leveled against the Knights Templar, the very wealthy religious army that invaded the Middle East during the Crusades around the turn of the last millennium. The Templars were accused of worshiping Baphomet, a form of Satan that turned into this guy by the 19th century. The thing is, modern historians believe that it's possible Baphomet is a mangled translation of Muhammad, and that the Knights Templar were actually secretly Muslims and had converted during the Crusades. Even more famously were the witch hunts in Europe and the Americas that were carried out from the 14th century onward. All of those people who were accused of witchcraft were also accused of worshiping the devil and being in league with him. And even more recently than that, in the 1980s and 90s, in the United States and Britain, there was something called the Satanic Panic, which is a moral panic that saw everybody from burnouts to daycare workers accused of worshiping Satan and murdering people and molesting children, all in the name of the Dark Lord. The thing is, this was a super nutso time, and people actually went to prison for decades for crimes that they, and actually no one, ever committed. The whole thing was totally fictitious. Now, despite the moral panics and instances where people have murdered in the name of Satan, there's no evidence that there actually ever has been a widespread and organized worship of Satan, despite the fear by some that it actually exists. Instead, Satanism is a wholly made-up philosophy that focuses on the sanctity and the freedom of the individual. To Satanists, Satan is a symbol of mankind's free will. They don't really actually believe in the Christian version of Satan. They certainly don't believe in the red devil running around with the pointy tail and the horns, although they did appropriate the beard. The actual Church of Satan was founded in 1966. It's pretty recent. And it was founded by a guy named Anton LaVey. LaVey believed that Christian churches were actually quite hypocritical. So he packaged his brand of individualism with a dramatic mockery of Christian rights. It attracted like-minded people, and actually 50 years on, the church is still around. It spawned some offshoots like the Temple of Set in 1975, and more recently, the Satanic Temple in 2013. The Satanic Temple's activities mostly include shining a spotlight on the lack of separation between church and state in the United States. So, for example, they paid for a 9-foot bronze statue of Baphomet surrounded by adoring children that they plan to install at the Oklahoma State Capitol building after the 10 Commandments went up there. They also distributed a kids' coloring book at a school where Christians were handing out pamphlets. They're also known as being the trolls who trolled Uber Trolls Westboro Baptist Church by holding a gay satanic wedding on the grave of Fred Phelps' mother. Fred Phelps is the founder of Westboro Baptist Church. That's some trolling. If you want to troll us, go ahead and leave a comment below. We don't care. Go ahead and subscribe while you're down there. We do care about that. And if you want more awesomeness, just go to howstuffworks.com.
That's interesting.
Okay, my game just crashed, so...
I figured, because you're just kind of swimming in the middle of the water, not doing anything.
Yeah. But yes, that is what Satan is. as it exists as a religion, not necessarily as a yeah, because unfortunately there's a lot more going on with the whole Satanism as a, ooh, we need to be afraid of this thing that Christians go on about, and it's not really anything that actually happened. It's as he said, somebody manipulated someone who was highly suggestible while they were under a state of hypnosis into saying things that weren't true and created false memories using leading questions. Because one of the things about hypnosis, if you are one of the majority of the people in the world who are susceptible to it, if someone asks you the right questions in the right way, and your brain responds to it in a certain way, it can create memories that aren't really there. It's the reason why hypnotherapy is no longer allowed to be used as admissible evidence in court. Because of the satanic panic. Because hypnosis isn't a reliable science. It
Wait,
isn't.
that reminds me of something. Isn't it the butterfly effect? No, is it? It's like Monopoly. If the guy had a monocle or not.
Oh, you're thinking the Mandela effect thing. The thing is, objectively speaking, reality is and has always been one way. The human brain rewrites its own memories at a very, very specific rate. The act of remembering something is a creative act. So, if someone suggests something to you that was something that was a shared memory, and your brain takes it as true, the memory retroactively gets rewritten. But under hypnosis, it becomes even easier for that to happen. And if you're one of the people who experiences that particular effect, you literally have the risk going on that you might possibly wind up getting memories while you're in hypnosis that were never yours to begin with. And that were just entirely fabricated, whole cloth, and fiction. So how do we solve this puzzle?
You turn. Okay, so you're gonna turn this one. It's over here. Jesus.
Okay, thank you.
Not gonna last very long.
Thank you.
Keep it up.
Okay, is this good?
That's too far.
Too far? Crap.
You just kind of appeared floating underwater for me. That was hilarious.
Okay.
Fusion.
Waiting on a little bit of ice.
What?
Waiting on ice.
Oh. I was confused.
Okay. So tell me when to stop.
Should just be... Yep, there you go.
That way?
That one turn is needed. Yep.
Okay, and I'm guessing it's that...
Did you...
I'm guessing it's that one over there that's pointed down at the moment.
Did your game just crash again?
Nope, but I'm getting a response time of 1.52 milliseconds, which is like more than... Okay.
Figured because you're... Like, all I saw was water floating. I don't know how, but I did.
I'm guessing it's that one, yeah. Okay.
And this one you're going to turn it to the one that's straight ahead. Oh, it is already facing that way. So just adjust the elevation. It'll face up.
Okay.
There. Wait here for a moment.
Okay.
Go using all your energy.
I'm only using half of it.
Only?
I mean, I can actually if you want to listen to about what the Christians did in regards to Satanism, which really wasn't a thing. Like I have a good video on specifically just that.
I'm so glad this is why I don't believe in higher beings.
Yeah. Okay. So you need me to adjust elevation to face up, right? And then you need me to face it. Whoa, crap.
I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, you're going to turn this one.
Yep.
Trying. Oh no, get back. Oh, this one's gonna be facing just down.
Hold on. Kaya's ice lasts longer.
No.
Hang on.
What is that gonna do if you need to be here? Are you gonna adjust the elevation so it faces down?
So it needs to face down, not up. Okay. Crap. Okay, it faces down. Now, what direction do I need?
Up. I think you hit it one too many times.
Oh,
No.
I see. I was thinking down was up and up was down because it was backwards. Oh, crap. Hang on. Okay, and now adjust elevation. Adjust elevation. So what direction do I need to aim?
One that's to our right.
So I need to adjust orientation two more times?
Yes. Ice actually lasts pretty long. It lasts 5 seconds. And this one you can just kind of stand on the edge right here. I think you should be able to access it. Oh.
Okay. And this one I just rotate.
No, you're going to rotate and change elevation so it faces down.
Okay. So is that where I'm supposed to orientation wise?
Yes.
And then elevation to face down, which would then point it in that direction. I have to admit though, Kamisato being able to run on water is cool.
Not the only one that can do that.
Who else?
Mona.
Mona can do that too. Okay.
She can't make ice. Which means she's theoretically the only one that can walk and run water. Really making your way over.
Yep. Okay, ready. Where do I aim this?
This one to the one to our right. Jesus. Just
Crap.
Run into no, please. You run into the pillar like you, there we go. Oh, I moved. Ah. Run into no. I think it was because you was right up against the pillar. I was like getting stuck in between you and the.
So so this one is the one I aim at the bubble then, is what you're saying.
No, this is the one that you're going to aim to the other one that's over there.
Oh, I see it. So orientation one more time.
You got it? Okay.
Yep. Okay.
This is painful, especially because she won't run into the pillar. She just kind of exists, doing what I want her to do. I forgot he could do that. Genuinely forgot he could do that.
Yeah, I had forgotten he could do that for a sec.
This is why I wish I had your name. Yaka's alt up.
Okay, so
Run into the pillar.
this one's the
Please?
one I aim into the bubble then.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Thank you. No, please. Yes. No moving. No way you move. I need you to be right up against the thing. No.
Oh crap. Went right past it.
Ah. Trying to keep you on ice. No, don't.
I'm trying to keep you on ice, said the yandere.
Okay, so that should be fine now if you just hit it.
Okay.
Hey, what do you mean by that? Another word. Well, no, duh. Apparently I'm blind and can't see.
Okay, so where's the, that one over there is the one where it started, right?
Yes.
Okay.
This is where I bring an archer into the party. It's far easier to do this with ice. And you just...
Yeah.
Watch your body fall into the water because the ice just dissipates. Oh, it's not even gonna do that.
Because I was
ice is just perpetual.
No. The ice faded as a part of the cutscene. It's just I was standing on a pillar. Looks like there's something
Ready
guarding
to fight
that ward,
Magi
though.
Kinky again?
What?
I need double geo. I need double geo.
There's something.
The boss fight.
You need double geo.
Pretty wants to get clapped. Put that there. You took my pillar away. How dare you? How dare you run away from me? No, you're gonna make me. Stop! Jesus. Now the water's falling up.
Okay.
The water is falling up.
Wait.
No, it just must have been the way that I was looking at it. It looked like the water was falling up.
Okay. I need to get up there. So I need to grab that. Thank you.
So gonna have to go back into single player mode.
Right, I'm still missing one piece.
It's right here.
Where? Oh, hi.
They made it they made this one very easy.
Okay, good. I'm gonna return to single player now. Yeah, let's see here. Where was it?
That song in my head now.
Here it is.
Hello.
Hang on. Stream chat VC. There we go.
Hello and welcome to Prism of the Past, a weekly series about historical events, people, and situations, from the fascinating to the forgotten. I'm the Illuminati, and today we're going to be talking about the Satanic Panic, or that time throughout the 80s and early 90s in the US where allegations of SRA or satanic ritual abuse were spreading. There were mass media scares, a ton of false accusations, and the whole thing still remains a pretty controversial topic to this day. Also, as a content warning here that we will be going through mentions of child abuse even though, well, most of the cases mentioned didn't exactly happen. Even so, if that topic bothers you, I'd recommend clicking away. Perhaps this is not your episode today. With that being said, let's jump right into it and we'll start with the history and causes of this Satanic Panic. Now, let's get this cleared out immediately. There's been multiple moments and instances throughout history of satanic panic-like events occurring throughout history. The Salem witch trial.
Yeah? You were asking what I was doing. I'm gonna go activate a blueprint that I just picked up for a sphere.
No. Sorry, I think out loud a lot, and my friend sent a screenshot of Fundamental Tenets, which is about the Satanic Temple. He wants to join the Satanic Temple over hot sauce.
Oh god.
Sauce.
Is it one that has an official location? Because the Church of Satan
This is the Satanic Temple official hot sauce 4-pack.
Oh no. Okay, official locations of is she wanting to join the actual Satanic Temple? Because there are official locations for that. And there are a lot of people who claim to serve the devil who just have ulterior motives and just want to do terrible things. That's part of the reason why the Satanic Panic kicked off the way it did, is because people were willing to lie and say they were serving a higher power when they were doing stuff, and they just didn't want the baggage of being a Christian abusing their authority. Which is why the actual satanic religion is exactly about not being a religion.
I'm going to snack this boy.
Yeah.
Why? Over hot sauce? Why would you...
Okay. So you're literally just hung up on the fact that he wants to pledge his soul to Satan over hot sauce. When in reality, you can't really pledge your soul to Satan. Satan doesn't accept souls. That's not his job. That's never been his job.
There's a website apparently for it, and he signed up for it.
Oh no.
Thanks for contacting us. We'll get back to you as soon as possible. They have a shop.
Oh, so it's probably not the Satanic Temple. It's probably just some person trying to hawk hot sauce. Okay, turning this back on. Bloop.
That group chat for a while.
Answers these ultimate questions.
Fundamentalist Christianity, to put it simply, is a very strict, literal interpretation of the Bible. The term fundamentalism was adopted more widely in the 70s when it became a powerful political and economic force. According to the book, The Satanism Scare, the new fundamentalism was led by symbolically and, to a degree, literally, by the Reverend Jerry Falwell. Falwell was a televangelist who also established the Moral Majority, a political organization, in 1979. Although it disbanded 10 years later, the Moral Majority helped establish the religious right as a force in American politics. Fundamentalists of Protestant, Catholic, and Mormon persuasion found that they shared common interests and could together work to achieve joint political goals. Thus, it became easier for the religious right to take a united stand on emerging concerns, such as rock music, censoring books in schools, as well as Satanism. On page 7, the book The Satanism Scare reads, "The fundamentalist infrastructure regularly promotes warnings about the satanic menace. Shelves in religious bookstores are filled with titles on Satanism, and major televangelists warn of Satan's growing threat." Another contributing factor to this was the ACM movement, or the anti-cult movement. And hey, we're anti-cult here, and I've exposed cults before, so I think the goal of getting young people out of cults is an admirable one.
I am going to pause. The Christian bookstore in my region still has all of those books. Or at least it did the last time I walked in. As in, books from the 80s that were disproven about the devil actively working in the world. It's like, no, that's not what any of that. Like, even in Christianity, the devil's entire job was to present, okay, if you really think this person is truly holy, throw this at them and see if they survive. Then they'll be holy. And then God's like, sure, why not? And then God's the one who does it. It's never the devil walking the earth causing trouble. The devil walks the earth to observe humanity and see the worst of it. That's his entire thing. So it's like, I can't even with Christians when it comes to that. It's like, okay. One, you're misinterpreting your own religion. Okay, fine. But wait, it gets worse, and she's about to explain that.
However, this book explains that fundamentalists would use this very dark reality of brainwashing and cults as a way to justify this movement and attacks against any new religion. Not to mention, the Manson cult murders that took place in the summer of 1969 also put organized ritualistic killing on the mind.
Joining you again?
To summarize very loosely what sort of
go
happened
ahead.
here. In the wake
I'm
of
done with
horrific
quests.
cults like the
I have no
events of Jonestown
quests.
in 1978, many Christians
We
started
can
banding
continue building
together
your
and taking their
characters if you
beliefs
want
more
to.
seriously.
Yes, that's...
But because they
I'm
were
trying to grab
understandably paranoid about cults
trying to open
and
a
another
domain that's
Jonestown
closed
happening,
right at the
many
moment,
of these
so...
fundamentalists took this movement way too
Hang on.
far and made baseless accusations in an attempt to
There we go. I'm trying to open that one domain that I keep having issues opening. Now that that's all gone, that should be...
And fundamentalism was a massive movement. This is an extremely simplified summary, and please don't think I'm trying to justify any of the damaging actions that came out of the Satanic Panic. This is just to provide a little bit of backstory so we can understand why.
Forget that we'll be aiming at this thing now.
So, moving right along, let's get into the growth of Satanic Panic and how this gained notoriety.
Trying to open that one domain up so I have that one more teleport waypoint
Another
available.
massive piece to the allegations of satanic ritual abuse was the fact that the moral majority believed children were involved. Around that time, a better understanding of child abuse was starting to emerge. In 1980, the American Psychiatric Association added PTSD to the 3rd edition of its Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. And the concept of trauma very slowly began becoming more understood. According to the Smithsonian, Project MKUltra began in 1953 and continued in various forms for more than 10 years. When the Watergate scandal broke, fear of discovery led the CIA to destroy most of the evidence of the program, but 20,000 documents were recovered through a Freedom of
This one,
Information
I'm trying
Act
to
request
open
in
that domain right
1977, filed during a Senate investigation into
The one I'm
Project
standing on top of
MKUltra.
practically now.
The files revealed the experiments tested drugs like LSD,
Get out,
sensory
pyro character real
deprivation,
quick.
hypnotism, and
Pyro character?
electroshock on everyone from agency operatives to prostitutes, recovering drug addicts and prisoners, often without their consent. Needless to say, the idea of brainwashing, cults, and trauma were all still pretty new and terrifying. So
I
when the
wholeheartedly
book
forgot you
Michelle
had
Remembers
Felix. I was
released,
like-
people clung to it,
Hello,
seeing
Ember.
it as an answer to better understand
Every
child
torch
abuse.
in sight, burn
According
it.
to one source, a case of temporary global
Not that
insanity.
much.
It all started with a single lurid Canadian book.
Gonna be no
You
torch
never
left
see
when
him
you're
all
done.
at once. He's always distorted, and he's not quite substantial, more like a vapor. It turns to look at me, and it's all, like, all black. I'm scared, I'm scared, goes the passage in Michelle Remembers describing Michelle Smith's encounter with Satan. Published in 1980 and written by Smith's psychiatrist Lawrence Padzer, it is purported the true story of Smith's childhood as a prisoner of a satanic cult in Victoria in the mid-1950s. The entire book comes from 600 hours of Smith's testimony in Padzer's office, delivered in the voice of a child while she was in a trance-like state. In halting half-sentences, Smith told Padzer of being driven into a satanic cult by her mother at 5 years old. "You're not mine anymore, Michelle. You belong to the devil," her mother reportedly says. Over months of imprisonment, she is forced to drink urine, eat cannibalized flesh, bathe in the blood of dismembered babies, participate in ritual murders, and endure a cage filled with snakes and spiders. In the climax, Smith...
Reminder, I did explain to you what happens when someone gives leading anything over hypnosis. Like, any amount of leading questions. Yeah, that's exactly what happened with the person who this entire thing was based off of, but continuing.
Encounters Satan himself in a feast of the beast organized by her oppressors, but is ultimately saved by the direct intervention of the Virgin Mary. Even though Michelle Remembers has since been discredited, it was the earliest and most influential narrative of satanic ritual abuse. Padzer and Smith traveled across North America to promote their work, appearing on the Oprah Winfrey Show, Donahue, Geraldo, and 2020. There was a sharp uptick in concern about child welfare, and this book proved parents' fears correct. I'm not saying you shouldn't care about your children or anything, but the
given
claims,
how many
allegations,
materials
and
I have on
paranoia
hand,
were pervasive and baseless. High-profile
I'd
talk
say it'd
shows
probably
and
be better
nightly
for us
news
to try
programs
to
warned
ascend to
parents
Luke
about the dangers
first.
of hard rock and heavy
I'm not
metal
gonna be able
music,
to for a
commonly
while,
thought
but
to
at least get the
contain
materials for him.
backmasked messages
I'm gonna
that,
go
when
ahead
played
and
in
go
reverse,
to-
would encourage listeners to hail Satan.
Bring this
The
down to,
popularity
like,
of
20,
tabletop
'cause
gaming
that's, like,
systems like
overpowering
Dungeons
you.
& Dragons was likewise
Okay.
suspect, as news programs like
Maybe we can stop it. I just wanted to be able to hear you and the thing at the same time.
There we go.
For many late
I brought it
20th
down a
century
bit.
Americans, evil was not an abstract ethical concept. Evil was a material reality, and it
I'm
was
going to go
coming
ahead and
for their
teleport to a
kids.
statue of the Seven in Liyue.
So, first of all, Dungeons and Dragons and rock
What about
music are
Liyue?
amazing, and if that's your
Statue
goal,
of Seven
then,
in
well,
Liyue,
I don't wanna be
and
good.
then I am
Secondly,
going
I'm
to...
really trying to sympathize and understand why
Like,
parents
I
have
dialed
been
the volume down on my end. I
metal
think you're
music
gonna have
isn't
to do it on yours because it is a user. It is not me playing things through the stream. Strictly
Oh no, I
speaking.
did. I turned it down.
Okay, gotcha.
Put it at 50. It was,
Right.
I wasn't expecting it to be like
such as
busting loud.
which stands for Bothered About Dungeons and
You also get, I don't know why.
Bad made claims like
Like,
linking role-playing
you're seeing you stream 3 times in a row. I only just got the idea to stream myself on my phone.
The moral panic in the United States, and to a lesser extent in Australia and France, directed against RPGs, especially Dungeons and
Streaming
Dragons,
is streaming is a good way to connect with people.
College sophomore James
Yes, it is. Ow.
in August 1980, and 16-year-old high school.
We have like one other person that I play with. Play Genshin with.
Despite a wide range of psychological and social factors such as drug
You
addiction,
running off
a long
too.
history
I'm
of
heading
chronic depression,
right off to get
confrontation
the Ascension
with
materials
parents
for
over
Diluc. I don't know.
orientation,
Because
public humiliation in the school
like I'm only
environment,
missing
and even doubts
easy
as
to harvest
whether
stuff
they had
for
actually played any RPGs regularly. The
for the
media
Traveler.
interpretation of the events was that the strange game of D&D was a crucial factor in their suicides.
You read here.
Trisha
I
Pullen,
got
the
you.
mother of Bink Pulling, attempted to sue TSR, the manufacturer of Dungeons and
A
Dragons,
moment
for
put
the
it
death of her son. The case was thrown
to
out of
take
court
out a
in
height. That's
Patricia must have been devastated, yes, but
Uh-huh.
rather than raise awareness
been
for
summoned.
depression, bullying, or addiction, she chose D&D as a scapegoat, which very well may have just been a coping mechanism or means of escape for her son. Still, hundreds of Michelles across the Western world were similarly recalling
my
details
achievements
of
real quick.
satanic ritual murder and abuse.
So it looks like I got more than
One
just the.
source
Oh,
claims
yep.
this was largely the fault of a phenomenon known as false memory syndrome, in which patients under hypnosis can be led into fabricating elaborate false memories. Patterns emerged. Children suspected of being satanic abuse victims were asked leading questions by investigators. In one case in Rockdale, England, all it took was a small
Rude.
boy to tell his teachers he had been dreaming of ghosts. Soon, social
Let me
service
do this.
workers were taking children from their parents in the misguided belief that they were breaking up a satanic abuse ring. One afternoon in 1990, I got a call from my wife telling me our 3 kids had been taken away because of witchcraft and satanic abuse. I still can't believe this.
delicious
happened.
numbers.
Parents John Herzl told the
That was
Guardian
weird.
in
I'm
2006.
never saying that again.
And police officer John Popowich was one of the adults falsely accused of running a satanist underground in Martinsville. Nobody can understand what we've gone through and what we're going through. Nobody can. 1 minute you're well respected, the next minute you're
Teleporting
an alleged
out.
monster, he told CBC in
Gonna go ahead and give
Yet,
Big,
the
tall,
book
and viney, a
Michelle
chance to
remembers has
respawn.
been shown to be a hoax by 3
Big, tall, and viney, a chance to
It's
respawn.
unlikely Michelle suffered abuse, and it seems as if Petzer knew this.
What?
Her
Like,
reports
like
have
a,
been
and
described
Dvalin
as
is
hysterical ravings of
long,
an
dark, and
uncontrolled
scaly.
imagination. Whether or not this is true, whether or not
Might as
she
well
knew
just call him a
about
snake.
this, or if she was just making things up to have a laugh that, people actually believed her, I've got no idea. But this is why you don't believe anecdotal evidence alone, because things like
Why does your VTuber look like Razor?
accusations. One of
And
the
why did I
was
just realize
against
it?
the McMartin preschool.
Because
This
I'm
case has become particularly
I'm a
synonymous with
morphic
the
furry.
satanic
I
panic.
like
Most
I
of the
like
articles
being
I found about
half
that time period
like a
mention
werewolf,
some
half
of it.
shifted,
One
and so
New
I
York
wanted
Times
my
article states that
my character,
starting in
the version of my
1943,
character that I portray myself as publicly, to be that, because
the operators of a daycare
I could,
center near Los Angeles were charged
because
with
I was
raping
building a
and
brand,
sodomizing
and
dozens of small children.
they are my brand.
The trial dragged on for years, one of the longest and costliest in American history. In
Or
the
I
end, as
lose
the
every
Scottish
single one of
women
my brain
lies
cells.
were undone, but no one was ever
Do you need me to turn
convicted
this
of a
off?
single act of wrongdoing.
It wasn't that. It was
The
trying, like,
allegations were so fantastic as to make many
dumb.
people wonder later how
A little bit
anyone could
stupid
believe them in
sometimes.
the first place.
I had to
Really now, teachers,
comprehend
children,
Like,
what he was saying.
okay, my perception of myself, like, I know that I am a human being. It's just like I've always empathized with werewolves emotionally, like forced to deal with terrible things once a month that have absolutely nothing to do with them, but are somehow intrinsically tied to who they are. That's a werewolf, and it's like,
Get this bothering me that it's just sitting here.
what's
So because
bothering?
it's on the screen. It's a Geoculus. It's
Okay.
just vibing.
Okay, yeah, give me a sec. Another dud wish.
You made all your offerings to the Sakura tree?
I've made every offering to the Sakura tree that I could find. I'm gonna probably do one more before I sign off, before I jump into the teapot for the night. Oh, 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 oh. Is that something on the ground? Oh, wait, that's something you hacked up. Thank you. Geoculus.
Walk up to it.
Oh.
Fine. It's doing like no damage
So,
for some reason.
so what is the crown supposed to do? Like that character ascension item. What is that?
The Crown of Insight, what it does is that whenever you get your talents up to level 9,
Okay.
get it to level 10, you're going to need a crown. She's
So-
basically maxing out that talent.
So to max out that talent, it requires an event-only item that you can only get once per event. Basically, is I am understanding that correctly? Okay.
And how many do I have? Because I've not been like building my characters at all. I have 8 crowns just sitting around, just vibing.
Got it. I am trying to think. There was something.
Cool.
I'm probably gonna do some domains tomorrow after my Devil May Cry stream. But it's gonna be like a big focus on... Oh crap, I probably should be doing domains right now though. 'Cause like, domains are both the experience and also things that are time limited. Crap. Okay.
Well, actually, they do come. I don't know what exactly you need. It comes more than once.
I know, but like the where everything is available on one day only happens every Sunday.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, speaking of, I noticed that you pulled out Razor. You can get another Claymore, Dragon Spine. It's a completely free Claymore because if you get all the tablets that lights up, as soon as you open the door, you can just have the Claymore.
Okay, so that's a harvestable. weapons, enhance
So it's pretty good if you ask me.
shackles of the gladiator. Ruins of the Thirsting Capital, rank 3 is the highest I can do of that one. Or is it Ruins of the Thirsting Capital, rank 2? I can't tell. But yeah, so yeah, my entire brand is built around a Dungeons and Dragons character that is basically cursed to reincarnate in the various D&D worlds over and over and over again. Just Oh wait, did I wait, I can do rank 4? I can do rank 4 of this one. Ah. Yes, I'm in co-op mode. Yes. Okay.
Looks like you can do the highest one.
Yeah, looks like I have to do Razor on my end, and there we go. Start.
I should switch those in there. God, jeez, it's been doing this to me for You should heal your Razor. He's about to pass away.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
I was gonna switch out my Zhongli for someone else because it was Io, Pyro, and Electro. So I could have either used Bennett or her name Kaching. I didn't have to go to summer school tomorrow. I really don't want to go.
Well, here's the thing. You're in high school, right? So, here's the thing. Getting through high school is important. It just is. Like, you can't move on with life until after high school is over, yeah?
I mean, my mother did, so...
Right, but at that point, high school was over.
She didn't finish high school.
Right. But at that point, for her, high school was over.
Oh.
You only get the once to do high school in your youth, and if you go back to try to do it later, it's not the same, and you have to go through a bunch of different hoops to get the equivalent or to get a GED. It's a mess. So graduate while you can.
Like, why does this feel familiar?
Because this is a stronger version of one we did a couple days ago.
That hurt.
Literally, the only difference is they're a higher level.
How dare you put me in a bubble? This is what you get. That was a waste of a charged attack. Oh, wait, what are we doing? Are we doing the tooth?
Nope. The shackles. Oh, crap. I wanted to hit continue. No.
I think Mona needs the shackles, but do I really want to ascend your book?
I really want to ascend my book. The book I use, because I only try to keep one catalyst user in my party at a time, and it's usually just Ningguang or just Barbara. Like,
I didn't even use Mona. I leveled her to 70 and that was it. Is it 70 or 80? Yeah, 70. And then she's just there. 1,600 damage. She's just vibing.
Okay.
I did not feel like doing Oceanoid.
Okay.
It's just practically murder. Self-murder.
Because, like, I can do all of the rank 4 dungeons on this one. It's like, yes. Yes.
Ew, why are you here? If I bring Electro this time.
If you bring Electro, I'll go ahead and bring Diluc. Bloop. Alright, so I'm gonna check my phone because my phone has been on quiet mode this entire time.
Your Thundering Fury, oh, and, okay, so I can just find a right? Tend to forget how good some of these sets are. Should be good enough. What do you have? Okay. Should change that. Temporarily. This. Okay, who's currently using it? How much damage do you do? That much more.
I'm not hitting start until you step in, or else you're not going to be able to help, so... Because that's literally how it works. Like, you'll be sealed out if I hit start before you get into the circle.
That's a bad idea, that's a bad idea. Okay, we're switching.
I'll look at my artifacts real quick. Okay.
The Rain Slasher that I have is not leveled enough to be used. Ela Senara. It's demo skill. I want them to hit me. Oh, let me do this. Oh, the bad things. Oh. I didn't even hear what you said. The last part. I didn't hear. Oh. Okay. Again, let me go. Shut! You just told me to bring your stuff down. Come on! I'm not gonna finish this one because I keep getting stuck in bubbles.
Huh.
I'm getting stuck in a bubble! So bringing Beta was a really bad idea because she's not built for anything. Bloom is nice though. Right. Stop! Lunch.
All right, I'm guessing someone just asked you to go do something, so have a good night, Krotos. I'm going to go ahead and actually call it here, and I'm going to go ahead and make condensed resin for the rest of it. Be safe, be well.
I was just gonna bring her stuff down.
All right, it's okay. I've been streaming for more than 4 hours today. I was originally going to do an 8-hour stream like I did yesterday, except I was supposed to start at 12, which was my original starting time for today, but I had homework, so I had to do that first. Because college is important, and completing college is important, and completing high school is important, so you've probably got stuff you gotta do to get ready for your first day of summer school tomorrow, so...
No, it's not the first day, it's actually the last 2 days.
Oh, well then, getting ready for the last 2 days, maybe a test, or 3. I'm sorry, I'm just being a concerned adult, concerned for a younger friend, making sure they get stuff done, right? Sorry. I hate being the adult in the room, but that's what I'm gonna have to say on that one.
And it's late anyways, it's like 9.
Yeah, like it's late. You got school in the morning. I've got a early stream I have to start getting in the habit of doing and still have enough time to do my homework. So that starts for me next week. So with that, have a good night, Krotos. I'm going to go ahead and switch into solo mode real quick. And then head into the teapot. Map.
Leave.
Serenity Pot. I'm planning on ending it at home base, effectively. Subspace waypoint, teleport. Alright, with that, ladies, gentlemen, everyone in between, everyone exempt, everyone floating violently between the extremes, be safe, be well. Have a good night.